For over 130 years, our culture of innovation has shaped the lives of millions. Building better, brighter, and happier lives full of color and opportunities. It all stems from breakthrough research meticulously developed by leading scientists and chemists at our world-leading facilities. We're all part of a diverse family who, together, make Nippon Paint Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer, offering a complete paint and coating solution for total peace of mind. We're a Pan-Asian family unified and driven by our lean for growth culture of vigilance, insatiable appetite, teamwork, agility, leanness, stamina, allowing us to lead from the front of the pack. Corporate responsibility is ingrained in our DNA, promoting sustainability and developing skills, because people have always been at the heart of our company. Together, we strive for a sustainable business that positively impacts lives. Our ingenuity flows through every drop of the billion liters of paint and coatings we produce every year, adding color to all the industries we supply through strong distribution and in turn enriched the lives of millions around the world. We continue to set new standards in coatings for motor vehicles. Our protective coatings sustain and enhance the performance of bridges, ships, fuel pipes, and chemical tanks. By offering developers and architects a variety of highly durable and weather-resistant options, we make it possible to realize their ambitions. And for our consumers, we strive to deliver the best end-to-end solutions, including design services to perfectly complement our products. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation. We inspire the lives of millions now and for decades to come.
First introduced in 2008, the Asia Young Designer Awards, or AYDA, is part of Nippon Paint's commitment to helping nurture the next generation of architectural and interior design talents. The program aims to help designers of the future develop both technical skills and empathic design capacity through cross-learning and networking opportunities with key industry players. AYDA is more than just a competition platform. Exposure from the AYDA program enables participants to gain practical industry knowledge experience through intensive coaching, mentoring, and skill-building sessions by experienced educators and industry leaders, thus further establishing AYDA as a unique platform for designers of the future. 13 years in the making, AYDA has grown to be one of Asia's largest and longest-running award across 15 geographical locations, reaching out to more than 1,000 international educational institutions and more than 150,000 students across Asia. With the help of our partners, industry associations and stakeholders, AYDA has received more than 35,000 entries since its conception. Let's look forward to which $1 million design that will help our finalists land the title of the Asia Young Designer of the Year, accompanied by prizes worth more than $10,000 and an all-expenses-paid 6 weeks discovery design program at the Harvard University's Graduate School of Design. Who will be crowned as the Asia Young Designer of the Year?
For over 130 years, our culture of innovation has shaped the lives of millions. Building better, brighter, and happier lives full of color and opportunities. It all stems from breakthrough research meticulously developed by leading scientists and chemists at our world-leading facilities. We're all part of a diverse family who, together, make Nippon Paint Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer, offering a complete paint and coating solution for total peace of mind. We're a Pan-Asian family unified and driven by our lean for growth culture of vigilance, insatiable appetite, teamwork, agility, leanness, stamina, allowing us to lead from the front of the pack. Corporate responsibility is ingrained in our DNA, promoting sustainability and developing skills, because people have always been at the heart of our company. Together, we strive for a sustainable business that positively impacts lives. Our ingenuity flows through every drop of the billion liters of paint and coatings we produce every year, adding color to all the industries we supply through strong distribution, and in turn enriched the lives of millions around the world. We continue to set new standards in coatings for motor vehicles. Our protective coatings sustain and enhance the performance of bridges, ships, fuel pipes, and chemical tanks. By offering developers and architects a variety of highly durable and weather-resistant options, we make it possible to realize their ambitions. And for our consumers, we strive to deliver the best end-to-end solutions, including design services to perfectly complement our products. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation. We inspire the lives of millions now and for decades to come.
First introduced in 2008, the Asia Young Designer Awards or AYDA is part of Nippon Paint's commitment to helping nurture the next generation of architectural and interior design talents. The program aims to help designers of the future develop both technical skills and empathic design capacity through cross-learning and networking opportunities with key industry players. AYDA is more than just a competition platform. Exposure from the AYDA program enables participants to gain practical industry knowledge experience through intensive coaching, mentoring and skill-building sessions by experienced educators and industry leaders, thus further establishing AYDA as a unique platform for designers of the future. "13 years in the making, AYDA has grown to be one of Asia's largest and longest-running award across 15 geographical locations, reaching out to more than 1,000 international educational institutions and more than 150,000 students across Asia. With the help of our partners, industry associations and stakeholders, AYDA has received more than 35,000 entries since its conception. Let's look forward to which million-dollar design that will help our finalists land the title of the Asia Young Designer of the Year, accompanied by prizes worth more than $10,000 and an all-expenses-paid 6 weeks Discovery Design program at the Harvard University's Graduate School of Design. Who will be crowned as the Asia Young Designer of the Year?
For over 130 years, our culture of innovation has shaped the lives of millions. Building better, brighter, and happier lives full of color and opportunities. It all stems from breakthrough research meticulously developed by leading scientists and chemists at our world-leading facilities. We're all part of a diverse family who, together, make Nippon Paint Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer, offering a complete paint and coating solution for total peace of mind. We're a Pan-Asian family unified and driven by our lean for growth culture of vigilance, insatiable appetite, teamwork, agility, leanness, stamina, allowing us to lead from the front of the pack. Corporate responsibility is ingrained in our DNA, promoting sustainability and developing skills, because people have always been at the heart of our company. Together, we strive for a sustainable business that positively impacts lives. Our ingenuity flows through every drop of the billion liters of paint and coatings we produce every year, adding color to all the industries we supply through strong distribution and in turn enriched the lives of millions around the world. We continue to set new standards in coatings for motor vehicles. Our protective coatings sustain and enhance the performance of bridges, ships, fuel pipes, and chemical tanks. By offering developers and architects a variety of highly durable and weather-resistant options, we make it possible to realize their ambitions. And for our consumers, we strive to deliver the best end-to-end solutions, including design services to perfectly complement our products. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation. We inspire the lives of millions now and for decades to come.
First introduced in 2008, the Asia Young Designer Awards or AYDA is part of Nippon Paint's commitment to helping nurture the next generation of architectural and interior design talents. The program aims to help designers of the future develop both technical skills and empathic design capacity through cross-learning and networking opportunities with key industry players. AYDA is more than just a competition platform. Exposure from the AYDA program enables participants to gain practical industry knowledge experience through intensive coaching, mentoring, and skill-building sessions by experienced educators and industry leaders, thus further establishing AYDA as a unique platform for designers of the future. 13 years in the making, AYDA has grown to be one of Asia's largest and longest-running award across 15 geographical locations, reaching out to more than 1,000 international educational institutions and more than 150,000 students across Asia. With the help of our partners, industry associations and stakeholders, AYDA has received more than 35,000 entries since its conception. Let's look forward to which million-dollar design that will help our finalists land the title of the Asia Young Designer of the Year, accompanied by prizes worth more than $10,000 and an all-expenses-paid 6 weeks discovery design program at the Harvard University's Graduate School of Design. Who will be crowned as the Asia Young Designer of the Year?
For over 130 years, our culture of innovation has shaped the lives of millions. Building better, brighter, and happier lives full of color and opportunities. It all stems from breakthrough research meticulously developed by leading scientists and chemists at our world-leading facilities. We're all part of a diverse family who, together, make Nippon Paint Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer. offering a complete paint and coating solution for total peace of mind. We're a Pan-Asian family unified and driven by our lean for growth culture of vigilance, insatiable appetite, teamwork, agility, leanness, stamina, allowing us to lead from the front of the pack. Corporate responsibility is ingrained in our DNA, promoting sustainability and developing skills, because people have always been at the heart of our company. Together, we strive for a sustainable business that positively impacts lives. Our ingenuity flows through every drop of the billion liters of paint and coatings we produce every year, adding color to all the industries we supply through strong distribution and in turn enriched the lives of millions around the world. We continue to set new standards in coatings for motor vehicles. Our protective coatings sustain and enhance the performance of bridges, ships, fuel pipes, and chemical tanks. By offering developers and architects a variety of highly durable and weather-resistant options, we make it possible to realize their ambitions. And for our consumers, we strive to deliver the best end-to-end solutions, including design services to perfectly complement our products. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation. We inspire the lives of millions now and for decades to come.
First introduced in 2008, the Asia Young Designer Awards or AYDA is part of Nippon Paint's commitment to helping nurture the next generation of architectural and interior design talents. The program aims to help designers of the future develop both technical skills and empathic design capacity through cross-learning and networking opportunities with key industry players. AYDA is more than just a competition platform. Exposure from the AYDA program enables participants to gain practical industry knowledge experience through intensive coaching, mentoring, and skill-building sessions by experienced educators and industry leaders, thus further establishing AYDA as a unique platform for designers of the future. "13 years in the making, AYDA has grown to be one of Asia's largest and longest-running award across 15 geographical locations, reaching out to more than 1,000 international educational institutions and more than 150,000 students across Asia. With the help of our partners, industry associations and stakeholders, AYDA has received more than 35,000 entries since its conception. Let's look forward to which million-dollar design that will help our finalists land the title of the Asia Young Designer of the Year, accompanied by prizes worth more than $10,000 and an all-expenses-paid 6 weeks discovery design program at the Harvard University's Graduate School of Design. who will be crowned as the Asia Young Designer of the Year.
For over 130 years, our culture of innovation has shaped the lives of millions. Building better, brighter, and happier lives full of color and opportunities. It all stems from breakthrough research meticulously developed by leading scientists and chemists at our world-leading facilities. We're all part of a diverse family who, together, make Nippon Paint Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer, offering a complete paint and coating solution for total peace of mind. We're a Pan-Asian family unified and driven by our lean for growth culture of vigilance, insatiable appetite, teamwork, agility, leanness, stamina, allowing us to lead from the front of the pack. Corporate responsibility is ingrained in our DNA, promoting sustainability and developing skills, because people have always been at the heart of our company. Together, we strive for a sustainable business that positively impacts lives. Our ingenuity flows through every drop of the billion liters of paint and coatings we produce every year, adding color to all the industries we supply through strong distribution and in turn enriched the lives of millions around the world. We continue to set new standards in coatings for motor vehicles. Our protective coatings sustain and enhance the performance of bridges, ships, fuel pipes, and chemical tanks by offering developers and architects a variety of highly durable and weather-resistant options. We make it possible to realize their ambitions, and for our consumers, we strive to deliver the best end-to-end solutions, including design services to perfectly complement our products. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation. We inspire the lives of millions now and for decades to come.
First introduced in 2008, the Asia Young Designer Awards or AYDA is part of Nippon Paint's commitment to helping nurture the next generation of architectural and interior design talents. The program aims to help designers of the future develop both technical skills and empathic design capacity through cross-learning and networking opportunities with key industry players. AYDA is more than just a competition platform. Exposure from the AYDA program enables participants to gain practical industry knowledge experience through intensive coaching, mentoring, and skill-building sessions by experienced educators and industry leaders. thus further establishing AYDA as a unique platform for designers of the future. "13 years in the making, AYDA has grown to be one of Asia's largest and longest-running award across 15 geographical locations, reaching out to more than 1,000 international educational institutions and more than 150,000 students across Asia. With the help of our partners, industry associations and stakeholders, AYDA has received more than 35,000 entries since its conception. Let's look forward to which million-dollar design that will help our finalists land the title of the Asia Young Designer of the Year, accompanied by prizes worth more than $10,000 and an all-expenses-paid 6 weeks discovery design program at the Harvard University's Graduate School of Design. Who will be crowned as the Asia Young Designer of the Year?
Everyone, and welcome back to the day 2 of the AYDA Awards International Finale 2021. My name is Brandon. I'm part of the Regional Organizing Committee and your host for the day. We've completed the architectural category yesterday and will proceed with the interior design category today. The challenge of the year calls for the need to propel human-centered design to a future where ideas and concepts are conceived to address the growing and booming population in Asia and how good design can change lives for the better. Our 10 finalists from across Asia for the interior design category have come at an exceptionally long way since the first day of their submission. So through months of dedication and hard work, they are now ready to present their very best ideas to the world. And before we begin, I would like to just recap what are the interior design categories prizes, okay? The first one is the Nippon Paint Color Award, the Best Sustainable Award, the Best Design Impact Award, each worth up to 1,000 USD, followed by the title of the year, Asia Young Designer of the Year for the interior design category, up to 10,000 USD, followed by an all expenses paid to the design discovery program at the Harvard Graduate School of Design. Before we begin, I would like to introduce our judges for the interior design category. We have Mr. Chu Zikang, founder and creative director of Chu Zikang Space Design, Mr. Hideji Kanamori, director of Super Potato, architect Javin Zacharias, chief architect of Javin Zacharias Architects, Mr. Joey Ho, design partner at PAL Design Group, Mr. Peter Tay, founder of Peter Tay Studio. So a round of applause to our 5 passionate and amazing judges. And before we begin, just one last thing is the time allocated for each presenter is a total of 15 minutes. You will hear a bell at the 12th minute and a bell at the 15th minute to cue for a total stop. Presentation that requires translation will be done simultaneously and there will be no added duration for our presenters. As for the Q&A, the time allocated for each presenter is 10 minutes. The 7th minute, you will get your first bell, and the 10th minute, you get your second bell. And for Q&A sessions, those presenters who need language support, we will give them an additional 5 minutes. And that's it. Without further ado, we have a long day ahead. I would like to invite Chen Tichi from China with her project showing Design of Lijiang Visitor Center. Tichi, are you online?
Yes.
All right. 好了，你可以开始了。
好的。
Thank you.
OK。各位评委老师们好。
Teachers, hello everyone. So now I'm going to introduce the design of Shuang Lijiang Mengsi Road Town Visitor Center or Tourist Center. I'm Chen Tichi from Guangzhou Academy of Fine Arts. I'm going to introduce the team together with whom I have like designed this today's report. My teammates are Zhao Qianling, Wu Dao, and Pan Tuan. Li Qingfang. I'm going to show my design results today from the status quo analysis, concept analysis, and concept derivation point of view. With the improvement of modern living standards, people have higher and higher requirements for short-term travel experience in a fast-paced life. In Lijiang, Yunnan, a new type of cultural tourism resort town is about to therefore fall here. So therefore, this project selects a newly developed tourist service center in Mengsi Road town, Lijiang, Yunnan as its base. The main building is designed by Ochungi. We use the local cultural characteristics of Lijiang, the wooden structure of the building designed by Ochungi, and the tourist service center. The basic function for the close launched the design and the planning is in the early stage of the project. The site is located in Yulong Naxi Autonomous County, Lijiang City, Yunnan Province, China. It is adjacent to the Wenpi Mountain in the west, Wenpi Reservoir in the south, and is surrounded by mountains and waters and rivers. The bustling tourist center in the northwest Yunnan province around Lijiang, with obvious geographical advantages and is rich in tourist resources. According to the statistics, therefore, the number of tourists received by Lijiang is increasing every year, and the tourism industry is also like extremely developed. Therefore, when we look into the background of the tourism trends in this time, we can see that with the development of times, the tourism also needs it's also upgrading and changing, and therefore we think that from the 2000 onwards, based on the functional sightseeing tours, and we have also gradually developed into leisure tours and have emphasized several personalized experience vacations. Lijiang's existing and mature development of several major tourism formats, for example, the Taiyan Ancient Town, the Paisha Ancient Town, the Shua Ancient Town, Yulong Snow Mountains, etc. So all of this have been a major attraction, and in order to more accurately locate the unique characteristics of the original site of the base, we have conducted similar experiments and comparative analysis in these areas as well. So therefore, comparing similar competitive products, it can be found that the newly developed Mangsu Road town has a feature that other tourism apparatus maybe do not have. So that is, the town has hot springs and is also beneficial for for one's own health, and and from the commercialization point of view of the Taiyan ancient town, it's also very useful. So therefore, the ancient towns and Paisha ancient town are traditionally, though old, and the Mangsha Road town can be developed as a characteristic vacation travel mode. And it is believed that it has a potential to play a major role for Lijiang in the future. So in the recent years, based on several advantageous features from the regional and cultural point of view, the Lijiang city has promoted historical and national cultural characteristics promoted by the integrated development of culture and tourism. So from a perspective of a small town, the future development facing the future and all encompassing, it has a specific background and geographical analysis that is very unique, which we have chosen. And it also takes into consideration the future of the development of the Lijiang city. The tourism center is located at the entrance to the northwest end of the town, and the north is connected to the main road into the town, and the south is connected to the lake in the main group. So it provides several services from also different business perspectives and point of view in the town. Based on three major functions that are required by the tourism service center, we have sorted out a series of series of spaces for the tourists here, which have been divided into three major groups. For example, from lifestyle perspective, centralized reception, hotel check-in, leisure retail, and business cells, and plus for the tourists from different sectors. The service logistics staff, the visitor center, the tourist center, the crowds are also huge here, and therefore the movement of tourism is also at times kind of complicated. So therefore, the biggest problem is the functioning multiple functioning of the tourism center, which adds to the complexity of the flow line here. At the same time, the single traffic accessibility and the uniqueness of the tourism center as the from the entrance to the park, making the tourism center carry huge tourism inflow, and therefore the efficient and orderly distribution is necessary. So the major requirement of the tourism center at the same time is that when the tourists arrive here, to maintain a steady inflow of tourists, and the first impression that falls on this town. So this takes to the scattered. So therefore, the epitome takes the scattered business destination as the clues. We propose like three diversion channels: one to the hot spring, one to the ancient town, and one for the way to the villa group. And therefore, we can integrate cultural display and efficiency and the orderly flow of the people as well here. The design of the tourist center is not only about building itself, but it's also an interpretation of the ancient town itself. So life is trivial, and therefore people are now trying to escape from life into these kind of tourism activities. So therefore it's like very important here. Maybe like people also at times intend to flee from one town where one is working to the another. So we have kept this concept in mind, and therefore we have put the wooden greenhouse that my colleague Uchung has designed designed. We have used wood, terrazzo, concrete, brass, and other materials to form the miniature city and we have actually drawn a picture with which also gives a feeling of the strong personality tone. We also have seen that the tourists walk, like in the picture, they also have a polarized light while they're walking through the tourist center. There's a polarized light which is focusing on them, and there are red curtains which also need to be protected from the dust. In terms of the layout of the plan, we place the logistics space on the first floor of our service, and then we have the movement line on the first floor, which is a quick entry line suitable for day trip tourists for regular visitors. The circulation plan on the first floor reflects our collection and distribution concept. The tourists are concentrated behind the lobby area, and they are scattered to the corresponding different sections in the different formats. The concise and the efficient circulation is distributed around interesting spaces and courtyards, so that the tourists can also get an impression of the tour before the experience. At the beginning of the design, we can see that the site is circular with a car round in the north and the lake in the south. The visitors can get off from their car in the first floor and enter the city from the parking lot to the first floor. The site is a wooden greenhouse, which is again made by Wuchongi. So the city, so therefore our main aim is to build a city which is having a greenhouse naturally and requires a city wall. Outside the city, a sunken courtyard is designed to connect the two floors, so that the visitors who arrive at the first floor will have the feeling of walking through a forest and entering the city. After the bridge is connected, it is offset in compliance with the grid to make the bridge coordination structure more guiding. The courtyard is lush with trees, and several skylights have been opened on the roof of the courtyard to bring the sunlight, blur the boundaries between the indoor and the outdoor settings, and give the people a relaxed and laid-back atmosphere. The bridge confirms the structural order, making the space more efficient for the guide visitors. So therefore, we have tried to create the flow of the people gathering in the lobby. The flow of the people needs to be dispersed into the three business destinations, to the hot springs, the small towns, and the sale building. According to the three moving lines, the cut volume is pushed and pulled in shape, and the path leading to the town and hot spring goes from the first floor to the basement, falling in a stepped manner. The line needs to show the supporting facilities and scenery of the town, and at the same time it is more distinguished for the crowd. So a gallery, viewing platform, etc. are set up in the middle. After the initial shape is generated, it is placed in the an eave shape to organize the miniature of the town and create a space under the eaves. The courtyard is also placed separately, and the room is introduced into the scenery, which is more interesting and echoes the two courtyards in front. From the newly established eave system, we have taken we take the new and discard the old, and use a more modern method in the structure structural process. It uses flat stone tiles instead of traditional curved tiles, and the supporting structure has also been improved accordingly. Under the wooden system, another system is not suitable for it's not suitable for a heavy wooden structure, so we have adopted a slender and light brass structure, and we have emphasized the floating and relaxed feeling for the eaves. And this is in combination with Uchunghi's wooden shed. The walls and roofs are also made of rough materials such as cement and rough stones, therefore which also gives a feel of the Nashi culture. We have created the fourth scene, which is of the miniature of the eaves. I hope to create the scene of nothing of things that we see, like in palaces, green tiles flying in the sky, and the beginning of understand a mountain city in a mysterious fairyland without losing the smoke and the fire. We stand at the beginning of the three parts and look at the miniature of the eaves. The function of the eaves space is arranged according to the format of the hot springs and the small towns. The houses are on the west part serve the hot springs, and the houses on the east part serve the town. It is close to the water platform, beautiful scenery, and houses that best reflect the town's environment. For sale services, however, the number of villas sold in the small town is limited. When all the villas are sold in the future, the houses in the sale service can also be divided into two parts for continued operation and use. For the design of the hot spring, we have interspersed into the courtyard through the descending class. In the courtyard, people seem to be sitting in the water, giving people a clearer and hot spring feeling. For the design to the small town, we are more of inserting the format of the clocking in the associated with the park. So there are coffee shops, souvenir shops, tea culture and experience points, courtyards, observation decks, etc., so that the people can take a step-by-step look, which gives a better view. For the design leading to the sales building, people will see the red shadow of the viewing platform in the distance after entering the city, and after wandering into the winding canopy path, arrive at the Vermilion viewing platform to enjoy the scenery. And then the sales staff will lead to visit a series of supporting spaces for sale buildings, such as on the sand table. So following, please enjoy the building walkthrough video that we have made. So therefore, looking back at the design of the entire tourist center, we hope that through this we can create a space environment where people can physically and spiritually feel compatible with the environment, and so that there are people who also have a feeling of safety, caring, and being respected, and it also reflects their inner worth and self-worth. In order to study and design a tourism center to improve people's travel experience, we interpret the ancient city of Lijiang with modern methods, and we have paid a lot of attention to the most basic function of the tourism centers, collecting and distributing. And finally, I would like to thank all the judges and my dear teachers for listening. This concludes my report. Thank you. So we
To
have
English,
a
yeah.
question.
嗨，
好，
琪琪你好。
陆老师请。
不好意思，我看
老师好
东西很完整，然后呢，3D 图很漂亮，然后那个那个分析的很清楚。但我有3个小问题，就是关于连结这件事情。第一个，我想要请你再重新讲一下，你跟五重一的建筑师那个大棚子的连结性在哪里？你像是在他们的建筑下面硬做另外一个建筑在里面，你的建筑放在杭州也可以，放在北京的胡同也可以，放在成都宽窄巷坊附近也可以。那到底跟这个建筑物的连结性在哪里？第二个，你说你们的那个跟束河古镇和大雅古镇不一样，他们是旧的古镇，但他们是跟古镇有关的，而你的东西新的，你说你们这边的特色是温泉，但是你的建筑里面看不出跟温泉的连接性，连接在哪里？第二个连接我没有听到。第三个连接是你说你们有3个主要功能，动线很复杂，所以你把它分流分得很清楚，这看起来像是个好处，但是反过来，业主方他们希望把3个东西放在一起，就是因为3个东西必须有它的连接性。到底顾客跟那个是不是住在这边酒店，然后酒店如何去古镇的关系没有任何连接性，等于是入口进来之后就分流分出去了。那这3个东西互相存在有什么价值？它也没有连接性，所以我没有看到最重要一个室内设计的3个连接性都没有，跟环境没有，跟建筑物没有，跟人的关系也没有。但是看起来整个关系很完整，你们重新再表达一下这3个连接性在哪里？如果没有的话，你的室內設計的這個建築設計的價值等於沒有。你懂我說的嗎？
因為呢個係台灣，我記得。
Tichi 在你答之前，interpreter, I'll hand it to you. Yeah.
Thank you for your question. I have 3 basic questions. So in your report, you have actually expressed quite clearly and very beautifully. But I have, you have talked about the concept of this ancient town, and which can actually come in any city. For example, you can have it in Beijing or any other city as well. And you have also talked about the main concept being the hot springs. So I don't see a connection between your presentation, the concept, and the hot spring thing. And then the second is you have talked about the functionality. So I would also like to see the connection between the 3 aspects that you have mentioned. For example, you have talked about the environment and also the how to connect these 3 things. So therefore, I would like to know how you would actually connect these 3 aspects. Thank you.
好，Tichi 你可以回答，用中文回答，好，谢谢。
请问那个刚刚那位英文评委的有没有翻译啊？他刚刚讲的那个问题。
好，其实老师问的是3点。好，第一就是你的功能性的连接性，老师希望你可以重新讲一遍。
我知道刚刚那个中文评委的那个问题，就是刚刚那位说英文的，他问了什么？
他是问，他就是把老师的问题翻译一次而已，
懂了，
用中文答就好。
好的
，Okay, she will now answer in Mandarin, and our interpreter will translate for our fellow judges. Please carry on.
好了，那老师，我现在开始回答一下。第一个问题就是说5重一那个大棚，然后以及下面我们重新做了一个城。其实因为它大棚的一个这种特性非常的强烈，然后完了我们就想着这么大一个顶就是存在在这里，那我们在下面去复制周围环境的一个古镇以及园区里面有的这些小镇顶，就是以一个更爆炸更多的数量，然后去做一个联系，然后就是顶下再蜿蜒做些顶。然后同时的话，后面其实2个问题我也想在这里回答一下，就是关于这个空间那个动线，因为其实我们在做游客中心的时候是有点纠结矛盾的，因为其实对于这个小镇来说，游客中心它只是一道前菜，如果把它做得太精彩的话，会就是喧宾夺主，会导致就是一开头就是给人一个很猛烈的一个这种空间感受体验的话，其实会削弱他们在园区里面其他的一个体验。所以我们想的是把这个游客中心的设计重点放在集散这样一个功能上， 因为这只是有人们到这里的第一站，一个获取的一个第一印象，然后它更多功能其实是一个交通枢纽，是人们到这里快速获取知道园区有什么，然后获取一些像彩蛋一样的一些信息打卡体验，然后一个更高效的一个动线去往他们真正要体验的那一道主菜。然后，所以这就是我们在做这个空间编排这些动线的一个原因。好的。
Right, thank you.
不知道有没
Interpreter,
有
over
回
to
答
you.
老师问题？
Thank you for your question. In terms of the question of how to establish a connection between these two, basically I have tried to have this tapang, which is like an in terms of the environment of the surrounding environment is that of the ancient town. So therefore there can be the feeling of the ancient town. That was the main concept. And in terms of space, obviously there was some contradiction, but what we wanted to put in the concept was that, like, for example, you have a menu, and then you check the menu, and then you see which are the items you would like to have, and then you would go ahead. So we have tried to create something like a menu where the tourists, when they come, they can see what are the things that they would like to enjoy, and accordingly they can choose. Thank you.
Fellow judges, any other questions or comments you'd like to follow up?
其他评委有没有什么问题？
Oh, Mr. Joey, please. Yes. Unmute, please. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just add a few comments from my side. Okay. 是这样子。刚才其实你的答案我听了有点失望，就是本来还觉得有一些不错的地方，你们有一些不错的地方。不过因为你刚才答案呢，其实的确没有将建筑本身，还有你只是提到动线，就建筑跟你室内重新再创造另外一个新的建筑本身这个之间的关系，然后所形成的新的环境，让顾客的这个体验得到一种新的。你刚才开始的愿景是希望他们可以解放，从一个城市到另外一个城市。不过呢，我觉得的确，刚才你答案呢，其实说你要增加便利，你要让这个动线清晰。那我们注重的是，对于他每一个游客或每一个人来这里体验，想将这个缩影不是直接的一个印象的缩影，而是你刚才提出来那一幅画中，你要呈现那种心旷神怡的一个开端。那在这里，刚才提到了你的整个环境的连接已经有点就已经连接不上了，因为本身你自己创造了一个很细腻，然后很丰富的一个主体，然后跟我们整个大的主体呢，的确是脱节。对，所以我觉得在这方面，我们是其实觉得。你是很努力，不过真的很可惜，在整个环境上，在整个体验上，变成它的整个格局呢，就脱离了刚才提到的建筑、室内跟整体的一个体验。那我觉得在这个的缩影，你的确用你们自己的一个缩影呢，脱离了现状。那我觉得这个就是我个人觉得最可惜的，而且最重要，我也希望说。整个项目偏向就是比较一个商业的一个主轴。那我觉得在这一次的比赛，重点要放在 human centered design。所以在这一点，我觉得你们所呈现的这些元素呢，相对比较弱，就是我看不到到底如何体现更为人性化。让每个游客可以的确脱离了他们现在城市的生活，所以我觉得这个我个人是觉得有点可惜。对，谢谢。
Interpreter, over to you, please.
Yeah, I'll translate the question to English. So basically, I wanted to say that, yeah, I was a little disappointed because, like, for example, you have actually very in detail, you have explained the different aspects, and there is several points which is very beautifully done, but there is a connection between the interior and the architecture, and the link between that, which was kind of missing for me. And for example, you have talked about like escape from one city to another during the business or work schedule, and every person who comes here to this architecture, they can actually feel, and they can connect themselves with the environment as well, and that is like quite profound. However, there is still these three connections, which is one between the architecture, the interior, and the environment. Therefore, the theme of this year's design is more like a human-centered design, and you have basically focused on the business aspect as well. So therefore, I think that this aspect here, if it can be further, if it was further strengthened, then it would be a little bit better. So this actually made a little bit disappointed about, how like every tourist, they come here and the feeling, but the connection between these three aspects. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Judges have time for a final question or comment. Anyone would like to take it on?
我还可以再说几句吗？
对，我就先看一下评审有没有要说的。Mr. Peter, can you unmute?
Yeah. Hi.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I speak in English? Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay. Thanks for the presentation. The beginning part was really nice in a way. It was a lot of work inside. But the final product, as Joey mentioned, it becomes almost very commercial for me in a way, that it lost the inner touch that I saw in the beginning of the work, because China is a city, that sometimes I go to China, but, it's a city that has so much historical memory for me. It has so much feeling. It's so much that new city has somehow, destroyed in a way. New city, when we redevelop, is no longer a city. Like Singapore, it's a tabula rasa city where Ram Kuha say, it's a city that is artificially created. It wasn't a city that you have the nature landscape. Everything was artificially planted. And this is exactly what the city and the society, the world is actually changing in a way that one really do not know what is real, and one really do not know what is actually, created, what is real and what is actually artificial in a way. So we are actually honestly blurred by this myth in a way, because if you go to China, I remember I gave a talk, in Hangzhou, where, I went to the university and it's the art institute and talk, and you have seen the work of Wang Shu, and Wang Shu is really an architect that who is very, very sensitive, very, very humble in a way. Humble in the sense that not of his character, but humble in a way that he starts to understand what the context is all about. He understands what is something that is what I call without any embellishment. And design and interior design is nothing about embellishment. It's not about decoration. It's all about this inner feeling that we are looking for, this inner septum that we have within. And that's why if you look at the work of this year Prisa Prize Award, by John Vesser and Anna Cacton, they are someone who is who really cares about what social life is all about, especially in this COVID situation, and they want to restore what architecture is all about. They understand what architecture, and when they do not say, I get a job and I hack away everything, but they start to be very, very sensitive of what is existing, whether it's ugly, but they know that this has the inner feeling. And that was when I started to see the beginning of the work, where the rooftop spaces that you can walk on, it becomes very, very tactile to me in a way. But then the last part of the project, this technicality was somehow lost in a way. We do not talk about restorative architecture. We not talk about restorative interior spaces. So that is my general comment. But can see there's a lot of hard work in the beginning, which was very good. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Peter. Interpreter, a quick translation, please.
谢谢
Yeah, thank you.
所以呢，开始的一段呢，我觉得就是非常有意思。可是最后的结果呢，我觉得有项目性的感觉比较大。比如说中国是一个文明古国，然后有很大的那个历史性的特色。可是呢，目前的就是在建筑都是破坏了那个以前古代的那个历史性的特色，然后人造的特色，目前那个人造的特色比较大，所以呢，什么是自然的，然后什么是人造的，我们好像就是已经现在糊涂了，这两个之间的差异，比如说我以前呢去过杭州，杭州就是在一所大学，就是发言，那时候呢，我也是见面了一位建筑师，就是王树先生，他是非常冲突的，然后他也是很丰富的理解这个概念，然后这个室内设计方面，然后通过他的那个设计呢，我也可以感觉到一个内心的特色是怎么样的。比如说，目前的那个 John Wassa 或者 Anna Gacton， 他们也是对生活提出了这样的一个概念。我们现在那个忙中的世界上，就是什么存在着，然后这两个之间有什么人造的，什么是大自然的，然后什么是人造的，这两个其中的差异就是很重要的，所以你就是开始你的简报开始的时候，那就是我觉得非常有意思。可是就是最后的阶段呢，这个结论的时候，就是那个人造性的那个特色就是比较大。谢谢。
All right, thank you. Time's up. Thank you, Tichi. 谢谢你的时间. Thank you, judges. Thank you, Tichi. You may log off now. Judges, next, I would like to invite our presenter from Hong Kong, Carmen, with her project 5 Symphonies. Carmen, are you online?
Yeah, hello.
Hi, Carmen. Over to you.
Yeah.
Carmen with her project 5 Symphonies. Carmen, are you online?
Yeah, hello.
Hi, Carmen, over to you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Carmen from Hong Kong. The theme of design that I would like to share with you is 5 Symphonies, which is a building that makes people have their emotional resonance. Hong Kong now has a population about 7 million. And this is a city with noisy voice, crowd traffic, and fast pace of life. Due to the current epidemic, they may have lost their job and have been trapped at home. For now, everyone has to wear a dance mask, lose a smile, and even don't know when the epidemic will end. So we are losing hope for the future. We can't help but have a lot of negative emotion in this matter. So I'm no exception. Walking in the city, I feel cramped, depressed, tired, and even unable to breathe. When can I have time to relax? I ask myself this question. So I hope to have a quiet place, fresh and simple, which can release negative emotion and look for hope. Therefore, in the suburb of Hong Kong, there is a conceptual building which allows people to immerse themselves in space and resonates with space and obtain spiritual comfort.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt a bit. Carmen, can you turn off your YouTube live because we can hear 2 voices?
Oh, okay.
All right, because there's an echo going on. I'll give you another 30 seconds, don't worry, okay?
Okay. Is it clear now for the voice?
Yes, I think it's much better. Thank you, Carmen.
Yeah. So Therefore, in the suburb of Hong Kong, there is a conceptual building which allows people to immerse themselves in space and resonate with space and obtain spiritual comfort and precipitation. And this building is called the Five Symphonies. The building was originally located in the Shang Yu Folk Museum in Sai Kung, and Sai Kung is the suburb in Hong Kong, so it takes 1 hour to get from downtown to Sai Kung at the earliest. In the last century, it was a simple village, carrying the feeling of Hong Kong locals. More than a decade later, it was a museum located next to the hiking road, which records the cultural changes in Hong Kong. Now, I hope it will become a place to help those who feel anxious when passing by and release their inner anxiety and gain hope at the end of the space of story. In the concept of architecture, my inspiration comes from the ancient Chinese poet Ginga the Great. The sentence is, upstream I go, the way is long. Downstream I go, is there amount. Because when I was thinking about how to immerse people in the building and forget their worries, I got the answer is let them to experience a story. And this poem expressed people's pursuit of the journey of hope in difficult situations. Because of this, I integrate poetry into space because I want to give hope and inspiration to the people in distress when they experience the space. Since I put the poem in the building, so walking along the building is just like experience the ups and downs of the life. So it has no specific story because everyone's inner worries can resonate when passing by. So on this basis, I built a lighting study collage before everything starts to study the light changings that I want the story to present. This is the floor plan of the entire Five Symphonies building. And our road is just like a Z-shaped. A road leads from the entrance to the exit, which allows us to pass through every building space to the maximum. And the spatial distribution of building can be divided into 3 layers. The first layer is the outdoor park. The second layer is the narrow corridor, and the third layer is the tea house. In the aspects of the design material, I mainly focus on concrete. I use concrete because the color and the texture of concrete give people the feeling of calm and sinking. So being surrounded by this material allowed us to concentrate on our inner thought further. Moreover, I hope that the building is storytelling, so I make it different from the original building in terms of the change of space. I increased the distribution of the building from 2 to 5 volumes. So 5 symphonies is mainly divided into 5 parts. They are entrance, park, corridor, underwater space, and tea house. These 5 parts also represent 5 kinds of emotion in life, which I will introduce later. In addition, this is the overview of architectural space, which makes different spaces have different changes in light and space. Now, let me take you into the journey of 5 symphonies. The following story is inspired by a stage in my life, which is a process of high school to university. The story of architecture starts from the doorway. Scene 1. Guests will enter the dark entrance room. Although the environment is very dark, the natural light in the door seems to guide us to explore this architecture, and then the story begins. Scene 2 and 3 are confused. In my secondary school life, I was confused and muddled at first because I was interested in many things when I was a child, such as physics, literature, art, music, and so on. At the time, I had plenty of time to try one by one because I don't know that in the future, I just only can choose one as my career develops. So based on this emotion, as far as spatial expression is concerned, Even if we are going through the dark entrance, we still can't see the whole building because there are many concrete walls in front of us. We are confused and don't know where to go. However, in this area, we can see the scenery outside the wall through some holes and gaps, which attract us to explore the building more. And Zoom 4 is seeking. Halfway through the secondary school, I was told that I need to choose a course. At the time, I was very entangled and thought a lot, just to find a subject that I want to develop and find my favorite interest. So for the spatial expression, walking through the wall, we immediately saw a big pool and long bridge suddenly forming a crowded and fast-paced contrast. However, we still don't know where the road will take us because the staircase will take us to a darkness of the ground. And soon 5 is dawn. After the selection of the course, there are still 3 years for graduation exams and interviews. At the time, all I would think about was study. Learning was the only way for me to enter the university. So therefore, in order to achieve the goal of good grade, I worked so hard to move forward and also struggle hard. So this emotion to being a spatial expression is that we will enter a long dark corridor. Here, we can feel different elements such as light, water, and shadow. There's a water flowing down the wall so that people walking in the corridor are immersed in the wonderful atmosphere of light and echo. Besides, we can see that there is a bright light in the distance. If there is a light in a dark environment, people will unconsciously follow it. At this time, we seem to be less confused and have a goal to moving forward and have the dawn. And Zoom 6 is retrospect. After the exam and interview, there is still several months for waiting the admission information. So this is a blank period for me. So it's long enough for me to look back at what I have done over this year or reflect on what happened before, no matter how difficult it is to relieve tensions. So in order to express the space, in the half of the corridor, we will see a hole with an underwater space inside. When we walk in, we will be surrounded by diffused light intertwined with water. We can see the road we have traveled before, as if looking back on the obstacle and confused we have just encountered. But when I look back, I found that everything in the past was rippling like a water wave. Zoom 7 is released. Luckily, I passed the interview. After receiving the admission notice, I was shocked and released at the first movement. At the same time, released all the anxiety and insecurity that I have been accumulating. I thought it was the most relaxing moment in my life. So in order to express the space, we went to the tea house part. And the entrance is the curved circular arch door surrounded by water and with strict bamboo in the middle. This scene combines a lot of moral elements. The bamboo is surrounded by water, bringing out the meaning of people centers. And because bamboo not only the blessing meaning of peace and good fortune, but also contains strong vitality. So I hope humans never give up when they encounter setback, trouble, and confusion. As human beings, no matter what the situation is, we can survive in this generation. Therefore, I hope that these scenes can bring us some hope and comfort. Soon 8, walking along the road on the water, and we will see a staircase leading to the ground. After going down, we will see a small tea house. The tea house is surrounded by oval concrete wall. Sitting there, watching the natural scenery and soft sunshine outside the window, and drinking a cup of tea is kind of enjoyment. Finally, we will stay here in a cup of tea and a comfortable and quiet environment to release the memory that have just immersed in a different space and have a good hope. So that is the end of the story. To sum up, after a long journey, I hope people will look back on the past and find a hope for the future. In the past, no matter how difficult things were, the thing can be solved. So then all for our current problem will be solved soon. So it's just like a symphonist. Just like a lyrist, maybe the lyrics don't start with your own story, but I hope everyone will be connected with the emotion of the space. This is empathy. Last of all, I want to show the summary of the whole building. I use cross-section and collage to show the level changing, as well as the change of space and light. This one is a summary of the garden part. And the second one is a summary of the tea house part. So I hope you can enjoy my story and spatial journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Carmen. Thank you so much. I'd like to open the floor to our judges who would like to comment or ask any questions. Anyone would like to go first? Okay, Javin, you're smiling at me. Are you smiling at me? Would you like to go?
I was smiling because I see the intention and concept like really, really good. But I was imagining myself going through that building, and I thought that it was a strong dictation to me that I have to find symphony there. I would have actually liked it if it was only suggestions of spaces, very soft, and leaving me in a meditative mood rather than very strong background and, like concrete and then well-defined spaces. It looks like a little strong to me for the kind of project you are doing. For example, symphony, you cannot define it. You cannot, actually, it's so very soft and it is for us to enjoy it in our own way. Similarly, also the hope you talked about. We can't just ask anybody to come in and find hope. You have to leave them more to themselves. So spaces and answers maybe to get them into the right spaces, and your opening slides with the nature are so beautiful. So maybe getting them into more of like natural environment rather than strong defined spaces would have worked better for me. But at your age, where you're standing, I'm smiling at your innocence and true intention. So all the best. Okay. People can go through it, enjoy it, but I don't know whether the final aim of getting them to meditate and find that inner symphony will be served. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Javin. Mr. Joey, I saw you moving, so you like to go next? Yes, please.
Okay. Yeah. You see, being a designer for so many years, I think we all can feel that actually a good designer is not how good he performed or how well his project is how dedicated and how he connect himself to the design. So I think the most exciting part for this project is I can see the designer really connected her not only feeling what she's been through into the process, and of course the result is always is another experience from other people. But I think I want to encourage you that you should keep this kind of intact as a designer. Yeah. Sorry, you hear me, right?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, okay. You should keep this kind of intact, that you believe your feeling and combine with the design and you express. And I don't think the result is the ultimate aim. And I think the process, people can feel or not, but I think the process is already amazing. And by looking at the whole sequence, like what you say, we are all trying to imagine our own symphony. And I think that's it. That is that's the design we want to see. How you make people feel and touch, even just a little bit. I think that is what I think is important. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Joey. Mr. Hideji, would you like to say anything, or I can pass it to others? Yeah. Can you unmute? Sorry.
Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thanks for the presentation, Carmen. It was great, and I think it was very good narrative story. And then taking the human-centered concept, I think you enhance, your inner feeling, and through the taking the base as in a Chinese poem. I think that was really good. Brand, you don't hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, you hear me? Do you hear me? Okay. And then taking like the 5 symphonies is like the each the feeling has a different expression, and then by the time people go through, and I think one thing I would like to add is like the entire story is like connected, and but like somehow just the few points it's like I want you to add more like dramatic the bold the ideas on the each space couple spaces, and then in storylines it's good. I think that's my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Hideji.
Yeah.
Mr. Peter, would you like to say anything?
Okay, I think it's very good that it's not just about finished work, because if you go to any architecture school, overseas, it's always an unbuilt work, but it's all about understanding the context about the the sadness, of what's surrounding, about how war was, about how city was built, this, all these things that we have, not understand, like for example, if you go to, when I was exhibiting at the Venice Biennale, it was very interesting because Kuhas was doing the exhibition where it's understanding, an architecture where, an interior space where nobody walks in the space, and understand that there's an aircon system running above, there are insulation above, there are electrical things above, but these are the backbone of what runnings a building, what keeps the interior space alive, and this is actually very, very powerful because we need to understand nothing is beautiful, as I earlier mentioned, to the other one, but, I think it's all about really understanding the very basics of lives, but things that are so banal, but is yet very, very important in a way. So for example, basically what was mentioned before earlier by the rest of the judges, I think it's very important you go from your inner feeling. It's exactly like the work of Daniel Libeskind, where they, he used musical to actually, he was, musical as an element to affect the way his architecture was created. And I think that is really beautiful, especially the work of John Cage, where it's about musical, where you do not even need to play the instrument to understand what music is all about. Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. 朱老师，你有评语吗？老师啊，对，
直接讲吗？还是你帮我？
直接讲。
OK， 好，你好，我刚刚其他评审都讲得很好，都把问题讲出来。我只要提醒最后一件事情，就是因为你从头到尾在讲这栋建筑物的理念，这个很好，但是我不知道这栋建筑物在香港的什么地方，它从城市走到这栋建筑物之后，看到这个建筑物的外观之后，是否适合？我的意思是，这个建筑物是否适合刚刚你的那个整个理念放在这个建筑物里面？如果它旁边不是大山大海，如果它旁边不是那个旁边还是很的话，是否你的这个概念是否可以跟这栋建筑物的环境做连接？我的意思是这个，不然的话，你的概念这么好，其实放在这里可能就浪费。再来是其他的都提到，因为可能生活经验不够，所以你的空间节奏感跟你的概念 跟空间完全没有连接到，但可能需要花点时间再学习。但我只是提醒这件事情，你能或者是你可以补充一下这栋建筑跟环境是否适合让别人来这边做这样的事情的一个心灵的洗涤这件事情。好，谢谢。
Okay, thank you. 谢谢朱老师. I'll translate Mr. Chu's comment for everyone. The concept is great, but in terms of location, it would be better if we can do a closer integration to the spaces around it, not just a standalone building. And lastly, as well, maybe you are a young designer that you need more time to work on the connection of your concept into the design, and also to strengthen the rhythm that you want what people want to experience from your design. All right, thank you, Mr. Chu. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Carmen, for your time. Thank you, judges.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to invite Lim Yifa from Malaysia with her project, Women. Eva, are you here? There
Yes,
you are.
hi.
Over to you, Eva. All the best.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Do you remember how did you spend your lockdown days? Is this how your Corona lockdown days look like? Having online classes at home, working from home, enjoying some best moment alone or with your family. During a pandemic, the safest place for anyone should be his or her home. But did you know, not everyone will safe in the house. Not everyone goes through the same pandemic. Did you know anything about the hidden pandemic? There are some people who did not spend their lockdown days happily at home. They suffered throughout the time in financial crisis, domestic violence, homeless, and helpless. In April, there was a case of a 40-year-old woman who was beaten up repeatedly by her jobless husband. Average 63 calls and messages were received by Women AIDS organization every week during the pandemic. For women with abusive spouse, their home is anything but a safe haven. There are women who were abused, killed. If you Google, you will find out that the virus pandemic do not only have impact on the economy. The impact on domestic abuse are consequential to the society as well. Do you know how it feels when a house is no longer a home? Single mothers, daily wage workers without any marketable skills are among the hardest hit by the pandemic. Some
langsung duit nak makan, kami cuba pinjam dari kawan pun sama-sama susah. Kami biasanya jual barang rumah, macam tong gas.
All this leads us to one simple question. Has all these problems always been there? Did it get worse because what we have done was not enough? Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eva. Growing up in a city with mixed culture, Kuala Lumpur has been a mixing pot where I am lucky to see how different is different social hierarchy. I have seen independent women building up their own business. I have also seen women who suffered from domestic violence, single mother, and women who suffer from issues. As a woman, being in different roles has not been easy. We are expected to be good in multiple responsibilities nowadays. But if this is already hard, what about the one who was unfortunate? So, in order to find out the solution to the problem, we have to get to the roots, speak to the woman, stand on their perspective, know what they want, and understand their needs. And here's what we can do. Changes, impact, empower. Introducing Women Empowerment Center. Woman means us in Mandarin, which brings out the meaning women will be all in this together. The big idea of woman was to help all women to achieve empowerment in all kinds of solutions. The elements of women empowerment begins in financial independence, economic empowerment, and mindfulness. Woman will be a space to encourage independence and also achieving the power in every woman. Located at Pavilion Street, which is also known as the Chinatown of Kuala Lumpur, where usually gathers crowd in different income. It has a strategic location for all types of women for its convenience. And as you can see, there are a lot of food stalls located along the street. Therefore, starting with the woman market at the facade, a good location for both female vendors and customer, a market that encouraged women entrepreneurs operated similar to the traditional market. The individual booth in woman market is inspired by the traditional street food stall, which can be seen everywhere in Malaysia. The traditional booth were less convenient for women and the ergonomic does not suit women's standing position. The woman food stall will fix the ergonomic problem and it can save up a lot of space. Structure built in rattan and steel, which form into a cylinder cage shape. Candlelight yellow on the booth represents symbol of strength and perseverance. Continuum red by Nippon Paint, a mixture of brown and pink that represent a power produced when a tough woman brings out another woman that needed help. And also, the materials are fully recyclable, which contributes back to the environment. Woman market was designed to encourage women in entrepreneurship to rely on their own, to look up and take care of each other. The objective was to create a better environment for female market vendors even when they are with the kids. The booth are able to make sure the safety of themselves and other women as well. It will be mainly for female vendors, independent women, single mothers. Up next, the baju market is located at the mezzanine floor. It is inspired by the Malaysia national flower, the hibiscus. The hibiscus symbolizes courage and life, and the petals represent unity of people. To create a symmetrical flower, the petals will form into a blooming flower shape. Each petal features an individual at the tip, and it will be illuminated by natural lighting. The individual booth will then form into a flower bloom shape that represents the bloom in every girl. Up next, on the ground floor of Woman, will gather all the public spaces like the market, inquiry center, counseling, beauty studio, merchandise, empowerment center, and cooking studio. On the mezzanine floor, there will be baju market, woman cafe, meeting room, library, and merchandise room. And the first floor will be all the private areas like the communal living lobby and dorm rooms. For circulation, public spaces are located at the lower floors and private spaces are located at the higher floors. As for solution, the first stage of programming breaks into 4 stages: to feel accepted, to reconnect, to empower, to contribute to the community, giving them skill training on real-life experience, motivational support, solid knowledges, and provide them a home. Moving forward, the information counter is open for public to get started to know about women, where all the information can be reached here. Donation counters are located here so that the public can donate and give a hand for those who needed help. Empowering women through skills is not enough. Several analyses on gender differences have shown that women are superior in emotion than men. Therefore, an open counseling space is designed for women to give and receive encouragement. According to study, design can affect our moods and thoughts. Therefore, the open counseling station is designed along with the color psychology that helps in healing and empowering. Green by Nippon Paint that represent hope, growth, reassurance, and then red that represent desire, optimistic, and energy. Right, up next, bonka. It means a center point of a space. And how is this a bonka? Research shown that financial issue occurs in 99% of domestic violence. So, in order to solve financial issue, the entrepreneur and skill training are the key to get them out from the situation and be financially independent. Basic useful skill like cooking and baking is provided, and ways to start entrepreneurship to find a way for society to value them and achieve self-love. Also, not just classes, the big idea was to transform. Guess what we are transforming? Transforming not just women, but also the space into multiple usage on a different time. As we all know that the space in Kuala Lumpur is very limited, therefore a multifunctional space is needed to promote the art of space saving. It can be a cook and bake studio, flea market space, storage space, meeting area, and more, all by using the hinge and lift mechanism. Up next, the beauty studio, where we heal and reconnect. First off, thank you Nippon Pink for providing me different shades of pink that represent different types of women, which shown the strength produced when all women gathers together and form in one. The beauty studio provides budget and convenience beauty service in the center of a busy city in order to bring women to connect to public and prepare them to shine on their own. Up next, scientific psychology proven that learning powerful lessons from those who succeed can inspire us. Therefore, the Empowerment Center aims to be a gallery of success stories of women where it can provide motivation and energy to the women in need. The space will be transformable as well, where it can be closed and used as a closed classroom for small seminars and event talks. Multifunctional book rack, which is movable, and panel design in pattern customized to show the unites of all women in the shade of yellow by Nippon Paint, where it represents positivity, clarity, energy, and optimism in psychology. Up next, communal living in a city is actually hardly a departure from tradition, but we can use it to help the women in need. 41% of the women in Malaysia has experienced sexual harassment. Single mothers find it hard to have a proper and safe space to live. Therefore, the affordable rental and safe living space are able to help women to get through their hardship stage, and also has the tremendous potential to create a community for women. The information and common area with smart gadgets available for those who needed to use the technologies. It is also a space to get together and encourage each other as well. Combination of contrast colors brings out the elegance of women. Green academy plays together with soft and hard pink. The interesting contrast represent the impact. Then, the ultimate vision of women is to make sure that all women are empowered to participate in and influence society. With the support of women personal development and proper access provided, women are all empowered to love themselves. Lastly, I would like to teach everyone here the international help sign. Women, please seek for help if you need. Also, I would like to send this message to women all around the world with all the languages I know. Women are all in this together. At the very end of this presentation, I would like to share a little story on how I started this project, Women. Since young, my mother always told me about how my grandmother was abused and hit by my grandfather, causing permanent injuries on her body like partly death and organ infections. The story always breaks my heart, knowing how bad women were treated at that generation. Then last year, when semester started, it was when the COVID pandemic happened. I started seeing different domestic violence news during the pandemic. And I was questioning, why is this still happening on this generation? Is that what we had done for women empowerment right now is not enough? I realized I had to make a difference with all I can. So by creating Women and doing this presentation here, I wish everyone realized this issue. In memory of my grandmother, I wish domestic violence will never happen again. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Eva, for your passionate presentation. I'd like to open the floor. Okay, Javin, would you like to start first? As the only woman rep, I'm sure you have a lot to say.
No, actually, it was a very, very impressive, powerful presentation. And for some time, I wondered whether she was being a social activist or being an interior designer, which of these roles she is going to adorn. Because yes, we understand the social problem, but this jury is about looking at the design component, which actually justifies, yeah. And I am very happy to say that you have been good in both roles, yeah. So I'm impressed. And the kind of thought which has gone into the development of details and the way, I think you are very shrewd also, I should say, bringing in all those colors with the right code and all that, you know how to present it. Your presentation technique was also to the point. Yes, so I liked your presentation. And I must request that, when you do this or whenever we do this, we have to make sure that finally this objective is also addressed, because having a good design, who knows in the next few months, if it's too successful, they are going to take over this. So I don't know how we are going to make sure that that happens. But then as a design, I really enjoyed listening to it. For a little bit of time, I also wondered whether it was more of a product design. But then, yes, when you went into the last few slides, I could see the interior element and all coming in. Yeah, and the way you have connected your colors for what they stand, I think human-centric is also a touch. That's why I'm saying that you are very shrewd. You have put your, like the scoring points and addressed it also quite efficiently. Good presentation, good for your age and where you stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Javin. Who'd like to go next? Mr. Chu, 朱老师。
我觉得他的东西是目前看起来最能直接解决问题，而且细节都有谈到。然后这设计上面就先不谈，我觉得已经很好。那我倒觉得他的有去研究到心理这一块，这是一个非常深的一个状态，就是他用红色。这件事情很妙，就是它代表的是热情，代表我们，然后当然也暗示的一些暴力，所以我觉得他用的红色这件事情是非常精准的。然后再来是它空间看起来当然看起来很拥挤，但是这个拥挤反而是让可以强调他的心理是大家会觉得这应该是在一起的感觉，而不是单独的宁静，需要的是热闹、热情跟群聚，所以呢，我觉得它的设计是我看到还目前真的非常棒的。然后我希望你能够把这东西落实下来，那我们以后可以真正看到，可以马来西亚有对女性的一些改变，然后你也真实的看到一些内心的感动，我们觉得很棒，加油，谢谢。
谢谢苏老师 Thank you, Mr. Chu. Let me translate. Your design is pretty complete, and it solves the problem. And Mr. Chu really likes how you include a lot of psychological theory into application into your design, especially with the color red. One side, it represents passion. The other side, it also shows that red is sometimes also violence. So when you put it together, I think it's very brilliantly done. The space does look a bit tight at the beginning, but the more you talk about it, the more it showed that togetherness is very important when it comes to women empowerment. And he hoped one day you can deliver and execute this project, because it's a really touching, meaningful project. And he thinks that the Malaysian community needs this more than ever. Thank you, Eva. Thank you, 谢谢朱老师. Anyone would like to add anything? Mr. Joey or Mr. Peter or Mr. Hideji? Anyone? Mr. Hideji, please. You need to unmute. Yeah, thank you.
All right. Yeah. Well, I don't have that much of a comment, but like I see the very strong statement what she made, and then that's that was really good. I mean. Overall, she made a good story of how she developed her own ideas, and then facing social problem we are facing right now. But overall, I don't have much of a comment. That I was really happy to see your presentation, and I saw that young generations, future of young generation is pretty bright. That's how I see Eva's presentation today.
Thank you, Mr. Hideji. Mr. Peter, would you like to say anything?
Yeah. Okay. Eva, I think all the judges gave you very good comments in a way. Yeah, but I want to be a bit honest. I think that I think you have so much energy in your work. As a designer, you have so much passion, so much energy, but. I just only felt that, when you were doing your presentation, you start to use the Nippon color, to represent the thing. Actually, good design do not need to be that, because if you're, being advised is your design is really so good, nothing much to say, your design will already be shown without even elaborating. If you look at the work of, just quickly, if you look at the work of Peter Zumthor, when he did his Serpentine exhibition, even the day of his opening, he does not need to be even present. He doesn't even want to attend that. He wants people to feel the space. He wants people to know that it's not done by me. I'm not Peter Zumthor. You're coming in, this is things that was already been built. And I felt there was so much power in it. Of course, if you know Peter Zumthor as a person, he's a little bit different if you meet up with him. But I'm just telling, being in this exhibition when he did the Serpentine, it was so powerful in a way. And I think with your passion, with your love, maybe your humbleness will help you to push the project even further. And this is my belief. Yeah. Anyway, good work. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peter. Mr. Joey, would you like to wrap this up for us?
Okay. I think, I share the same view about, other comments that all the judges put up. And because it's a market, and I think we see the power from this woman. And I think I hope you can push a little bit further if you can think it over again on the issue about how you pass the message even further. Like, because you do have all details taken care of, what they need financially until and you take care of them, when they face a certain problem. And I think another very important part is how you communicate this very important issue they brought out to the community. Because I think other than just visiting the market, doing a lot of activities, but I think there's you can put in even a deeper top that not only just as a program, that how you can translate this another platform for communication about this very important issue about this abuse. So I think that is also which is I'm trying to seek out. Then I felt the unite of your the people who get sharing the same problem. But what is more important is you also need to make this message across to the nation. So I think there's something I think you can even push it further. But good job, yeah.
Thank you, Joey. Thank you, Eva. Thank you so much for your time. You can log off now. Thank you, judges. Judges, before we go on our break, I would like to invite
This is the story of Bagas Mountain Resort. It started with a memory of a place. Images of green, blue, brown, and gold. The images started to move. I found myself dancing in a mountainous field, taking up space, moving with time, happily following nature's rhythm. Slow, fast, slow again, a pattern of life. There was no right step, no wrong move, a structure to follow, a feeling to choose. I let it in, and I let it go, becoming the medium itself, embodying natural expression, engaging, emotion, absorbing, intention. Perhaps to understand space is to experience it, to feel it, and perhaps by doing so, we can create spaces that open our sensibilities and relate with what's around us. As designers, we want to make people understand, to make tangible the non-physical, and to use this passionate journey to explore the expanse of the psyche and the alleys of our human minds. So we run, we walk, we dance, and never stop. From that early memory came this project, Bagas Mountain Resort, a mountain resort that glimpses a future of healing, not simply through its set of forms, colors, or perspectives, but rather through a culmination of all the actions it harbors, all the beings it protects, and all the movements it contains. What if we looked at things differently and designed a new hospitality model, one that steps away from such extreme density and instead is deepened and consciously explored, not just from a technical aspect, but from an experiential one? What would happen if we created spaces that not only occupied scenes and landscapes, but instead occupied memory? In the small municipality of Don Salvador Benedicto in the province of Negros Occidental, Philippines, views of endless sugarcane fields have defined how people live, work, and fight to exist. Here, sugar is everywhere. Negros Island, my hometown, accounts for 60% of the Philippine sugarcane production, with around 240,000 hectares planted to cane against 400,000 nationwide. Of the 29 operational mills in the Philippines, 13 are in Negros. With sugar being produced in this scale, the problem of agricultural waste is made visible. It is estimated that 1.17 million tons of sugarcane trash is available as a biomass resource in the Philippines. In addition, 6.4 million tons of surplus bagasse, the dry, pulpy, fibrous residue that remains after sugarcane stalks are crushed, is available from sugar mills, often being considered a nuisance to farmers. The surplus bagasse being left to just rot around the sugar mills. Conventional building materials such as brick, steel, and cement consume a great amount of energy. In effect, this pollutes our air, our water, and our land. The rise in demand for more sustainable approaches has led to innovative ideas surging in different industries. In interior design, recent investigations prove that bagasse can serve as partial replacement of cement for concrete, bricks, furniture, particle boards, interior wall treatments, and textiles, among others. Starting from this perspective, a reflection is proposed on how utilizing bagasse in the design, this sort of remnant of the landscape, can offer solutions to these problems, starting from the development and to construction, whether on a large scale or with individual elements. When I revisited the site and spoke with the locals, I asked them what biggest problem they faced on a daily basis. Without any thought or hesitation, they answered, "Pigado," meaning poor or poverty. As I continued my conversation with them, I learned that they had little to no means of income, often having no choice but to leave the mountains to find jobs in the city. "Ano obra ka mga tao di subong?" I asked in our native language, meaning, what jobs do people here currently have? They told me the men went into construction in the city, while the women applied for positions as lavanderas or women that wash clothes in households. Some tend to their small farms planting fruits and vegetables. This community has the manpower, the resources, the strength, and the potential. They simply have no system that would support them and invest in their capabilities. Now, the question became, how do we, designers, translate all of this information, these relationships, and these memories into design? In a structural and systemic approach, this resort values working with the community, hiring local labor during the building process and later on for maintenance, using local and sustainable materials, and implementing a program to train the community to become staff, gardeners, tour guides, and chefs. In a more experiential and experimental approach, this project moves the human from the periphery to the center of analysis. To contribute to this reconfiguration, I took a look at our human experience, the internal and the external, and how they relate to each other and with space. Through this, it became clear to me that to create experiences through design, we have to design to evoke emotional responses as reaction to stimuli emerging from our senses and from the elements of our environment. So I started by doing these kind of experiments, these studies of how an image can grow and transform itself. By shifting the emphasis from predetermined forms to the transformation of forms, this allowed the design to explore new relationships with the site. Study 1 is an image from my memory, the formation of sugarcane in a field. Study 2 is a symbol of memory itself, showing how the neurons of our brain look like when we form memories. Being accustomed to seeing these microscopic figures, Study 3 shows how bagasse, the fibrous residue from sugarcane, would look like under a microscope, and Study 4 shows a cross-section of bagasse under a microscope. By pulling away from realistic representation and manipulating these images, they dictated the forms and layout of the space. A key aspect of this design was inspired by Study 1, the choreography, movement, and formation of sugarcane in a field. By using geometry and finding negative space, this bagasse wall panel made from bagasse bricks and metal becomes representational of the resort, seen in repetition throughout the different spaces, and proving that even aesthetic decisions can be made to align with our approach. The master plan, inspired by Study 2, is grounded on this idea that everything, just like a web of memory, is linked, that humans, animals, and ecological systems are inextricably intertwined. The plan was divided and defined into 5 different zones: the cultural, recreational, spiritual, ecological, and educational. Considering these 5 zones as a single balanced entity, wooden walkway bridges connect the different zones, giving the guest a walking experience as he or she traverses across the structures and the different levels of the landscape. The main lobby, a multifunctional space, was divided into 5 key areas. Its circular shape and flow connects different levels of light, sky, space, ground, and earth, with nature at its core, responding to the different orientations and circulation of the space. The facade of the resort presents a welcoming connection upon arrival. Every form was designed to create a coherent narrative between the different levels. See the number 1 in the perspective. The bagasse wall panel is at the focal point of the whole lobby. As you shift your focus beyond the bagasse wall panel, the central seating area was made to form a dialogue with light. As the sun changes its direction and altitude angle, it penetrates through the different areas, creating a dynamic dialogue with space and time. The design of the community retail shop mimics the raw atmosphere one would feel during the process of production, celebrating the authentic essence of materials molded by hand. This shop invests in the dignity of the local art community and encourages them to produce items made from or with bagasse, such as pottery or paper art. Shaped by the site's program and conditions, the open-air restaurant honors local flavors of culinary culture of Negros Occidental, sourcing its ingredients from the local farmers. By entirely removing the walls, the guest is no longer confined to a singular defined area, and his or her spatial experience is multiplied to the expanse of the landscape. Nature pierces from the ground through the roof and into the sky, blending the structure into its surroundings. The green roof deck allows for an elevated view of the mountains where one can stay in stillness and listen to the sound of the birds, watch the passing of the clouds, and feel the soft movement of the wind passing through their skin. The circular villas were designed to create a dynamic play of visual permeability, interacting with the surrounding mountain while in the comfort of a shelter. Here, the external landscape is projected into the space, becoming the main element of the design. Built around this core, the standard villas bed, seen in number 2, was elevated, forming a second floor level while keeping the modesty of sleeping on the ground. The value of local materials and community is seen in the individual elements, such as incorporating decor from the retail shop and using the bagasse wall panel as a focal point, creating a moment of tactile sensory exploration. By opening the roof and creating an outdoor shower, even the simple process of a daily bath is transformed to an almost sacred experience. One can look up to the sky, offering a sense of peace, space, and privacy. The villa suite provides generous living spaces with 2 bedrooms. The master bedroom opens up its walls to the outside. By doing so, the design hopes to bring the guest to a relaxed state and see the world from a different rhythm. The villa suite also features a shared living and dining space with 2 bedrooms. The master bedroom to make the guests easily move from one space to the other. The outdoor deck conforms to the terrain, naturally following the topography of the mountain and coming together in a final culmination of the 5 elements. Bagasse Mountain Resort really values working with the community, creating a space where stories intersect. The resort is made by them, supporting them, and allowing them to share their talents and knowledge through the resort's different activities. The Wellness Cocoon is an open space for different activities such as yoga and meditation. Taking inspiration from Study 3, the Wellness Cocoon was designed to mimic the characteristics of fibers, its length, movement, and hair-like quality. Purposely designed with no furniture, all that remains in the space is pure energy, a space to leave you feeling restored, refreshed, and inspired. By collaborating with guest researchers and local farmers, the Botanical Dome encourages guests of all ages to learn about agriculture and different species of flora in the region. By following the form of Study 4, its glass dome maximizes natural light and provides good airflow and ventilation. Its enveloping ceiling design allows for a display of hanging plants, giving the guests a sense of awe for nature. In addition, there is a dedicated area for kids to learn and play, and a central bench for those that want to watch over their children or to simply relax. Baga's Mountain Resort is only a starting point in demonstrating the potentials of merging design, science, and sustainability. Yet, the Philippines is not alone in facing problems with agricultural waste, poverty, and inequity. What if this was the design strategy adapted by other sugar-producing countries? A new human-centered hospitality model that passes this knowledge from one country to the other and one generation to the next. Asia is home to the second largest sugarcane producing country in the world, India, followed by China and Thailand. Picture the resort's facade with China's mystic mountains in the background, or perhaps traversing through the wooden walkway bridges with Thailand's magical sunsets, and envision the Botanical Dome filled with the flora of India. As the resort would take up a life of its own in these countries, one can only imagine the endless possibilities and opportunities it would create. I don't think the power of this project relies on its style, its manipulation of form, or its application of color. While these are all fundamental elements in the design, I do think this project has revealed to me something profound about human nature. That there is a force in us, a force so intrinsically human that yearns to express itself in our creative work. Yet, at times I find myself asking, how did we get here? Why did we design our world like this? And what led us to a point of such extreme isolation? But beyond that, even in these times of adversity and distress, it were those early memories that offered me hope, the same hope I seek to give through this project. And as I danced through the mountains and through the fields, I felt the scale of the space, the weight of the world, the smallness of our bodies, and the promise of a single fiber. I'm Margaret Haggard from the Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Margaret. I'd like to invite our judge. Architect Javin, would you like to start, or you would like to get someone else?
I don't mind, but maybe hopefully other gentlemen judges shouldn't feel that, women are getting a little bit of a upper hand.
No,
here.
it's okay. I'll rotate. I'll definitely rotate. Please, Architect Javin. Yes.
Yeah. So I must say that it was like Margaret listening to a beautiful poem. Well articulated. Well articulated. It was like really made a lot of meaning for me.
老师觉得你的设计很有意思，就真的意境有在。
And I.
Sorry, Architect Javin, you accidentally muted yourself. Sorry.
I don't know, it got automatically muted. So it was a well-presented, well-articulated, human-centric project. The way you handled the spaces and made it experiential, yeah? So that was the whole concept, which we also were looking in this particular year for our interior design category. And I think you have justified your approach towards that. The spaces were there, but not there. That's why I said, it was sitting lightly and leaving people to maybe flow through their memories. And the only one suggestion would be like in that very open space of landscape, yeah, the way you have put that wooden louvered fencing thing, maybe you should have done it with sugarcane. Even that intervention could have been avoided. Yes. And in your slide, your first panel, when you do put human figures, there also you have to be a little bit sensitive. Why didn't you put that receptionist or the assistant in a local costume rather than a European kind of style? So I think it is to that extent you have taken it. I have only did this little minute points, but I thoroughly enjoyed your design. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Javin. Mr. Peter, would you like to say anything?
Hi, Margaret. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, I can hear. Huh? Okay. So, I look at your work, your presentation, it was very, very poetic in a way, and I think it's all really about not trying to show too much. It's all about your inner feeling of what you feel spaces. Of course, at time when I look at your presentation, some of the products that was produced, I felt it was far cry from your inner beginning, because the beginning part and the ending part was like a storyboard to me. You are like a director of a film. If you go to, Joey knows better because he's in Hong Kong. If you go to see most of the Wong Kar-wai film, Chongqing Express and things, but very, very nice because it really speaks about what a real city life is all about, the inner city that we are looking at. And I could feel you have so much thoughts in about that, which I think is beautiful. Because when I was, I remember now, when I was studying at, I was studying at the AA in London, my final year, the one who got the honors student, because it's very hard to get the honors at the AA. So if you get honors, the one who got the honors was he's a Japanese, but it was just all about video making. There wasn't even any architecture drawings, there even no floor plans. It's an architecture school, but there's no architecture drawings. It was a movie. And this movie makes everybody cry, because he was explaining about the suffering he has, going through, he understands in Japan of the World War and how he actually create, as a director of a movie, he create, this is the life that we are going through, understanding the basics of life, the poor, the sadness, the fear, the kind of, so-called, evenness that's happening in this society that we are living in, where the rich and the poor, if in countries like Indonesia, and this is actually exactly how land territory is actually a very, very interesting design topic that we should be really talking at this point of life. Like, can people who's living on a boat water, living on a sea, and how can you tell them that this is my piece of territory or my land? Do you use the netting to actually zone the area? And this is very powerful because this is what I call immaterialization in a way, but yet territorialized because you occupy the space, being the fact that you draw the line where it's a physical line, but not a real line. And this kind of emotive dimension is what I really look for in every project, and I could see that. And if you look at, for example, if you go to the Tashima Art Museum, which I'm sure, I'm not Japanese, but I've been there, it's designed by Ryo Nishizawa. It's almost very interesting. It's a 40 by 60 meter kind of structure building, 4.5 meter height, but there isn't any structure and column, So it's an architecture that is not an embellishment. It's not something that looks good or this is exactly in the trend. But if you look at it, the museum without a structure, it looks like almost creating a cave. The architecture becomes a cave. And this interior space, which you show in your few photographs, which was very powerful, it's not designed by any architect or interior designer. It was a space that was crafted by itself. It molds by itself. And this molding is an interior space that not any designer can do it. It's how you leave the space and create the mold. And I would like to see this. And that's why just now, when you show some of your finished work, I felt disappointed in a way, because the beginning was about this molding. It's exactly the last thing is, okay, I need to quickly wrap up. The last thing is, if you look at Peter Zumthor's work where he did for the Serpentine Pavilion, basically, it's nothing. It's not about his architecture. It's about this landscaping. It's all about, creating an architecture which is just using simple wood, and he used this wood that he painted in a black paste and sand mixture. And all he needs to do is about light falling into these blocks. But the whole intention is the light is captured in this black box, but the light falls into the courtyard where the attention is these green spaces, and landscape take priority over everything. So the architecture creates the courtyard, and the courtyard becomes an interior space of really what he was trying to see. And that is powerful. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peter. Mr. Joey or Mr. Hideji, I have time for one last comment, if you guys have any.
It's not the comment like I have. I think like the story she made is very ritual, looks like a ritual ceremony. And then that's how I see her presentation. And then, they're taking the ideas of her memory, and then the process she made this presentation, I think it's really touching. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Hideji.
Yeah, just a very short comment from me. Yeah, I mean, I kind of I buy the whole sensation. I kind of really appreciate that the whole presentation. I think you have been taking care of every single details, which is that's why the judges want you to push even to a higher level, to a more abstract level. But from here, I think the one thing to ask from you is probably all the 5 components that you have created, from the culture, spiritual, and ecological. It is quite well crafted individually. I mean, you connect with nature, you touch with materials and light, but I think there's one more step. Maybe in the future, you can link them together. How they overlap each other. You have independent components, like living quarters. You have activity zones, and you have receptions. But once these components can be integrated, I think there will be even something powerful. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Joey. Thank you, Margaret, for your amazing presentation. You can log off now. Dear judges, we have a 10 minutes break. So I will get everyone to come back at 1 p.m. Singapore time sharp, all right? Thank you so much. Welcome back, everyone, to the second segment of the Interior Design category of the AYDA Awards. Next, I would like to invite Jessica Lim from Singapore and her project Weightless. Jessica, ready? Over to you, Jessica.
Okay, let me share my screen.
Maybe speak a bit louder, yeah?
Okay. Is it clear right now?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Jessica and I'm from Singapore. But before we venture deeper into my project, I have a story to tell. So weeks before this presentation, I just had a discussion with me and my friends about how this current situation really resonates with one of the Disney princess movies actually, which is Rapunzel, a princess who is stuck inside a tower. But all of you might be thinking, why? To my understanding, we are currently stuck inside our towers these days, realizing it or not. I mean, apart from the fact that we're not really alone or confined like Rapunzel herself, and we can still virtually communicating with our loved ones. Surrounding our tower is just as close as within the four walls of our rooms, our houses, rather than to be on the vast green land with plants and vines where we can swing around whenever stress and anxiety gets the best of us. In this opportunity, I would like to talk about the importance of these kind of spaces that gives you a sensation of sitting on a swing, weightless, flying, and free. We know Singapore is a dense metropolitan city whereby a lot of people are stressed, including me, due to the repetitive chores and jam-packed schedules that takes toll on our mental health. As a result, the presence of green space is more important than ever, as it offers an escape from the highly functioning environment. One of the renowned green spaces is Fort Canning Park, the biggest city garden that offers the stressed beings a chance to rediscover nature. Fort Canning Park, due to its forest-like experience, provides a quick getaway for people to allow themselves to enjoy nature as well as to exercise. But through my site study, I feel that the pathways of the park are very planned and orchestrated. Besides that, they're also quite narrow, which makes the users of the park, including me myself, feel uncomfortable while doing our own activities, as we know we have to negotiate with each other. So through this background study, I would like to propose a rest stop in Panchor Larakan area with a trail that complements the existing route in Fort Canning Park itself. Besides, to further aid the need of a respite, it also offers users a sense of discovery away with a less traveled path. Thus, people can take their time to pause, to relieve the stress that weighs them down, and be inspired through nature. With the high rate of fallen and felled trees that can reach almost up to 300 cases per year, be it in Fort Canning Park itself or any other parks in Singapore, I believe it is a high number for such a small country like Singapore. Thus, this results in a lot of woodlots that are abandoned and unused. As they have no immediate purpose besides being thrown away or just turned into wood chips, I would like to repurpose these abandoned logs to craft out my structure, the site-sensitive material that blends in easily without having to disturb its wildlife and the purest state of the forest. These logs will be taken to the processing site being cleaned and dried, and will be prefabricated to meet the specified modules that will be assembled on site. As they are easily adapted and assembled, a sense of weightlessness can be derived by means of construction process, which is being done with ease and lightheartedly. I started the design process as a simple volume, and then will be further multiplied to cater different functions needed by the users. The structures will also be placed a little bit further from the walking pavement to invite people to venture deeper into the forest and act as a buffer from the main traffic. With the modularity that this build form gives, its unlimited potential can lead to the wide parameter of the forest. These flexible modules allow the design to conform to different conditions of the site, despite of the terrain and the trees. Hence, the structures fuse within the site context almost vanishes in the thin air. Zooming in closer to the pavilions that I've created. As you can see, the form is unassuming, conveying elegance and lightness through large openings, wide vistas, and spacious volumes as each of their character. As you enter the space, you will be directed to a very open transitional area that is highly visible and very accessible through the steps provided. The emptiness here is intentional, as it is meant to invite people to bring their own experience in, or just to simply allow nature to occupy the space itself. Some considerations that I've made here are using box joints to connect the wood strips and plates, besides to maintain the stability of the whole structure. With interesting details, the joinery mechanism also allows the assembling process with ease. Gaps on the lower wooden platform allow a better air circulation, giving desirable temperature, and also to protect it from moisture-related damage, such as mold. The wood frames act as a platform that can be taken out and bent to further ease the sitting or leaning experience. Thus, I believe that nothing else feels weighted down, so much that gravity is not perceived, nor is it of importance. With the frame act as the opening for the users to enjoy views of the park, it provides maximum transparency to nature by redirecting focus to the green surrounding as the users are facing outside, and to the tree as they are facing inside. I hope by embracing the tree as part of the structure, this will naturally soften the rigidity of the space, giving a soft and therapeutic feeling as the filtered light and air are drawn within. While exploring through the spaces, the bigger part of the structure, which I name as Meditative Pavilion, is created to forge users who wants to seek relief from the overwhelming distractions. It offers a safe space for oneself to build his or her own secluded serenity. Here, the roofs are informed by the tree structure itself and not merely understood as just an opening, but also to act as a continuous system that intertwine themselves with another living body. I composed the partition with two different size wood strips that are connected with the help of mortise and tenon joint, which results in different gaps that mimic the tree trunks of the forest. Besides to control views, wind, and shine, the rays of light reveals the realm of nature, turning material into immateriality. I also placed a built-in floating structure in the innermost part of the space to provide users a sense of privacy. As the smaller cracks where daylight is diffused, it encapsulates lightness as if the structure's solids turns out to void. Thus, Massa's third weightless. This meditative pavilion will act as a sanctuary, a space to where users are given some amount of control and imagination, be it resting, contemplating, or just to simply to have their own quiet moment with nature. In response to climate and surroundings, the timber structure reduces energy consumption through passive means. With natural ventilation, it stabilizes the heat within the surrounding, as well as to store carbon, as opposed to emitting it. As the pavilions branch themselves along the forest, we can now explore on the trail that responds to the natural beauty of the site. As the walk hovers slightly above the ground, it amplifies the sloping topography with practical considerations. Besides being elevated in a way to have minimum land disturbance, as well as to prevent water stagnation, I believe it still provides a way to prevail the mysterious yet romantic side of the forest. The journey started with frames as a prelude, the point where the view changes from narrowness to the expansion of the walk, to where the trail leads and meanders. While uncovering parts of it, the trees are almost like the extension of the trail, breaking all the boundaries between the path and nature itself. As it creates a freeing space to take the scenic view of the forest, the trail also creates pulse points for the users through the platform that has been provided and to help them to take a closer look to the flora that has been planted on site. Thus, it provides one's innate desire to have a deeper connection to nature. The last but not least is the hideout, which cantilevers at the edge of the forest, a focal point to look out at the reservoir. As the way of the building seems to disappear within the grass, this high structure will accentuate a breathtaking view as oneself is trying to look at the distance of the forest, to where the vacuum lays its truest essence. Since the trail expansion conceals the whole area of Pancho Larangan in an undulating manner, the winding route will provide an experiential journey within the forest, encapsulating immense likeness in the whole area. When all thoughts are exhausted, I slip into the woods and gather. Like the little stream making its way, I too quietly turn clear and transparent. In essence, I strongly believe that this project will be able to provide a need of a respite from the noise of city urban living. The flexible and unobtrusive structure also acts as a reminder that we, as designers, need not only mega structures in the city, but also simple yet delightful spaces that coexist well with natural environment as well as to its users. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Let's start off. Maybe 朱老师，你可以先点评吗？老师，你要先把麦克风调一下。
Jessica 你好，我觉得你东西很细致、很完整，然后呢，画面弄得很浪漫，但是这是完整度很棒。那如果要给你评语的话，建议就是，你的 你的想法和概念跟刚刚香港的那个学生很像，但真实落在真实空间里面，其实没有看到你的意境，没有把你的意境跟那个空间感觉上没有做出来，但是效果图还蛮好用。那我只是想要再问的是，你里面这些意境的你做成这些像笼子一样的木条，说你用原来的木头材料，你有去看过它是否真的能够变成这么完整的木料把它呈现？因为你原先讲的你要用废弃的木头，可是你的图面上看起来的木头像是全新的这件事情，所以你的想法很好，但我们没办法从你的设计中阅读到你的想法，这件事情是有很大落差。那这只是个建议，之后如果你有可以补充或可以再加强这一块东西，这样。不过你的用心程度还蛮好的，这是我的评语，谢谢。
Thank you, Mr. Chu. Let me translate for everyone's knowledge. The level of completion of your project is there. It's very romantic. It's very poetic to look at. But there's a few things that Mr. Chu commented is a bit similar to the Hong Kong presenter earlier, that it's great in theory, but when it's actual application and when we involve a larger group of community using that space, how will that space be accommodating that traffic? And the second thing is the structure that you use, that you did mention you want to upcycle or you want to recycle some of the local materials from the fallen trees, but in the actual aesthetics and the visual projection, those things look like it's brand new and they look extremely refined, unlike the fallen logs. So yeah, you don't have to respond. It's just a quick comment from Mr. Chu. Next, I would like to, okay, Javin, will I go next? You were nodding, so I assume you agree and you have something to add on.
I think the concept was really good. However, I don't know how much you were able to achieve. And even when we were saying about weightlessness, even for that meditational space, while looking at that, why would you need that? Why don't you leave them just outside with probably a sitting space and then the canopy of a tree or something? Why will you need a looking point at a reservoir which frames your view at the top and at the side? So I think the concept is there. However, the way you have achieved it, or to the extent you have achieved it, I think we can work on it a lot more. And just like the previous judge also said, that fallen tree, I thought was a real good point from where you will take off your design, but I also missed that. Yeah, so I think it's a good concept, but I think it needs to kind of achieve it to a little bit more extent. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Javin. Mr. Hideji, would you like to say anything?
Yes, thanks for the presentation. I think that was really good. And then, the connection with the nature, I think, that I feel more like living in the nature. And then, while taking like a very simple form like structure, I think that's really good. And then taking as she goes into, the place and then, different experiences, we will have. But only one thing like I would like to make a comment is like the very last, the thing, and then from the focal point, she's suggesting to see the landscape. I think because like a landscape is like we should take advantage of the landscape, and because landscape is more bold. So I think rather than sitting on the very small shed and then take advantage of the landscape. That's only I comment, but overall that was very beautiful.
Thank you, Mr. Hideji. I'll go with Joey first, and then Mr. Peter, you can wrap up. Joey, can you unmute too? Thank you.
Okay, I think you have a very wonderful start, and I like the this context and this program that you working on, and I think the challenge is big because the nature is actually the key. So you're finding a connection. So we see a lot of efforts being put, but I think the connection is still a little bit weak to me, because you have made things that we can sense right now, but you should try something in terms of the relationship even further. That's why you build this structure. Like, okay, of course, I think the meditation it start to make that kind of connection already. Like you need that structure, you need that frame physically, because you want to connect better. You want to have another way of connect in terms of our body and our gesture, or even that kind of so-called space that you want to frame or you want to express, and that accentuate our emotion to the connecting, not just view, but also the way that you can calm the person or even talk to the nature even stronger. So I think that is something I trying to grab and also search, which is you are there, but it seems that there's I think there's more or more daring step as a young designer. You should push a little bit further, to make this contact. So I think you're there, but you didn't push it even further. It's like, oh yeah, you just walk and sit. Can you lie down? Can you have more emphasize how you integrate the terrain? I know you want to talk to the ground, you want to talk to the trees, but more, I mean, that should be more emphasized. Yeah. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Joey. Mr. Peter, would you like to wrap up, since you're also based in Singapore? I'm sure you have something to say.
Okay, maybe not so much about Singapore, but I think more important, I look at general. I mean, this is because it's for Asia. I think that you should look at the work of Aldo Luz, because if you look at Aldo Luz's interior spaces, there's a very strange kind of interior space, but always his work relates to the body, and this is exactly what, it started from Le Corbusier, where the Le Module, where he raised up his arm, that kind of proportion, that kind of spaces where you raise your arm, you can touch the ceiling. But that kind of things, which I seldom seen in a lot of work, but it's actually very, very important, because when we design interior spaces, we relate to one body. My experience of relating this body was, but when I did, when I studied at the AA, I did my third year and I was building an object, in London, we look at an object, but we go to Wales, and my object was not finished. It wasn't very beautiful in a way. It was a very, very, I could say, ugly looking object, but it was relating to my body, because when I sit inside, I could control the openings of my object, and it's actually in the site where it's in Wales, where, I took the material, like how Zoomto actually takes the context. But more importantly, it's not about taking material, not about the contexture, but more important, it's about, when I push my object around the site, the wheels actually have the imprints, this imprints of the, the markings, that is on site when it's actually formed on the wheels, the kind of, inscription because of the weather, of the rain, it actually capture very strangely my object, which relates to my body, captures the environment and actually form a print mark onto these spaces. And that's why if you look at your project, it's nice, but yet it wasn't, in a way, it would be very, very nice if you can tell me, wow, on this piece of the wood, this is where greenery starts to grow on it. The green spaces starts to, natural material starts to actually form on the spaces and create this kind of volume, or create this kind of architectural volume or architectural form that relates to the interior space, where it's almost like wearing a jacket in a way, and they asked me, as the moderator has said, to something relate to Singapore. I'm not sure, but if you look at maybe next year when you look at the expo, Singapore Expo at the Dubai, Wansan from Woha is actually, he told me he's going to do something, which is very interesting. It's almost like a fairy tale kind of landscape where you walk into the pavilion, you feel the green, you feel like you are kids playing in a playground. The kind of sensation that you're feeling in is almost like an enjoyment. It's almost a journey. It's almost a fairy tale. And it's very, very beautiful if you can bring these green spaces and this green to actually imprint onto the wood or grow onto the woods. And the wood is the natural material that you pick on the side, and you actually form the structure in a way that this is, you went into the ground and barefootedly you take whatever and you build this up from whatever that is existing on site, and it becomes a very powerful object or element, a prototypical object that you have created. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peter. Thank you, Jessica, for your time. You may lock off now. Next, judges, I would like to invite Patricia Caitlin Kurniawan from Indonesia, and her project is Antara, a form of community empowerment through sustainable agri-tourism development. Patricia, are you ready?
Yes.
Hello.
I will share my screen. Hello.
Sure, over to you.
Okay, should I start? Good morning, everyone, honorable judges and everyone in this room. First, I would like to thank my lecturer, Ms. V. Valencia, also all the AYDA Indonesia judges that have been present in my whole journey throughout this project. Thank you for coming to my presentation today. I'm so glad to be here. So before everything, I would like to start by introducing myself. Hi, my name is Patricia Caitlin. I'm a final year student from Indonesia, majoring in Interior Design batch 2017. So first of all, the study is enriched by first learning the theory upon rural economies and how Desa Pinggan, being one of them, faces socio-economic challenges. This indicates low opportunity for major changes, and that then became the main problem. With the awareness about how Pinggan village holds a tremendous potential that is currently buried within its limitation, then came the potential value that stems from the fact that agriculture is their main source of income, which then brings the idea of agri-tourism to bring new socio-economic opportunities, which came to a few keywords upon building this topic. First is independent, which I quote helping people by freeing them from their dependency. And second of all is experiment, which is done by accepting ideas even if they don't fit neatly into the worldview. Then the third one is self-knowledge, where the importance of self-knowledge is where people acquire knowledge dynamically by trying things out and colliding with others. The last one is interactive, how people are attracted to more interactive activities and approach compared to rather static ones. And from all these keywords, which then leads to the topic of community empowerment through sustainable agri-tourism development.
When we think about Bali, people will often immediately mention the beauty of its marines, and that is correct. But little realizes that Bali is also rich in so many different areas. One of the hidden gems that caught my attention is the Pinggan village. Pinggan village is located in a sub-district of Kintamani Bangli, surrounded by Mount Batur. It has one of the most outstanding views whenever the clouds cover the area, just in time for dawn and sunrise. Portraying Bali's natural beauty, it is often called the village above the clouds.
Antara, which means in between in Bahasa Indonesia. So the design research is based on an ecological relationship between man and nature in the region, which is believed to be based on the concept of homeostasis or balance. This balance becomes the main ideology of the society in maintaining life, including where they live. So the concept of sustainable development in the built environment today is largely based on a method and criteria available for environmental evaluation. Therefore, the site is put on the north side of the village for ease of water obtainment. Space planning is also consciously put near the planting beds area where the local villagers used to work on their agricultural products. In terms of maintaining the green environment, tree positioning are mapped in such a way to help make sure that there is little to no trees needed to be demolished. With Bali in hand, the main stresses of the tropical climate is and are the high humidity level, keeping the temperature and solar radiation. So it is important to make sure that ventilation is the focus of this study.
With all the beauty that it's blessed, Pingon Village holds a tremendous potential that is currently buried within their limitation. I want to introduce a new opportunity, not change their identity, so I started off from the concept that the locals are familiar about. Works of architecture in the form of residence is a reflection of society life according to its livelihood. They generally use a linear pattern that reflects the value of togetherness, with access on the main road called Magi Ageng. So this organization is used for the zoning of Antara.
So to show the importance of identity, the zoning of Antara is formed through adaptation from the existing dwelling building typology. By giving them innovative opportunity, Antara will simultaneously promote the quality of the produce from plantations in Pingan Village, while also helping newcomers not only learn more about agriculture, but also engage with local farmers. So in short, Antara serves to support knowledge sharing and demonstration through edible eco-garden experiences. The local villagers will run the area. They will become the tour guide, staff, and the user of the whole agricultural facility, such as planting and processing. Visitors, however, will be divided into 3 categories of target market, namely adult, young adult, and also children. This will define the different activities that can be experienced in the area. So the idea is to elaborate nature as the main focus, using activities to bring up the inner childhood curiosity that describes locality and vernacularity. So the concept also elaborates the use of sustainable materials such as brick, wood, and also metal. It's easy with the use of Nippon paint colors, paint of neutral shades such as black smoke, pebble walk, gray rail, and reserve white, which pops out the surrounding color. Not to forget the wide range of bright colors as well, such as the delightful greens and also the wood varnishes, which results in the first story and also the second story. Materials used are also eco-friendly materials that are durable to support longevity, local materials such as bamboo that grows in the area to reduce transportation cost. The structure of the design is made with less solid walls or fresh ventilation using green roof as barrier, where it is partially or completely covered with vegetation, and a few other methods to ensure energy efficiency. Antara is also built with a rainwater and stormwater management. The water runs off through the surfaces into the storm drains, to the water collection tank, through the filter release, which will then help recycle the water for potable and non-potable use throughout the area, such as flushing the toilet and also plant irrigation. Here we will start off with going to Antara through the welcoming area. Visitors can enter through this area and check in upon their plan upon visiting their facility. They can decide whether or not they're booking a room on the eco-lofts or planning on joining the tour. The use of art and crafts such as the hanging lamp is also a form of promotion to the local craftsmanship. The waiting area is equipped with 2 areas, which is the group waiting area and individual waiting area. Then the garden area, a glimpse of different kinds of crops that induces sensory and tactile sense. This also serves as an alternative waiting area, so visitors don't have to cram up on the waiting corridor. Placement of plants such as climbing gif will help to shape the area off of harsh sunlight. Welcome to the reception area, where the ceiling is heightened, as the experience depicts the feeling of entering Balai Desa. Behind the reception counter is also citronella or serai plant, which induces special sense of smell that also prevents from mosquito. The use of solid walls are minimized, following the locals' characteristic of an open-minded behavior and friendliness to fellow residents, and using imaginary boundaries such as land level differences and ventilation partitions. According to Metal and Dockney, many designers think that the concept of sustainable building can be conveyed only when planting green plants and using vernacular materials. However, it is also important for the building to be able to stand in balance with the natural environment. So therefore, Antara is built to be self-sustaining, so that it has a positive impact on human health and natural environment itself, such as having a water treatment and also minimizing solid partition, etc. The concept is also shown in the main production area, where the locals' agricultural activity takes place. Out of all the different types of plant that can grow in Pingan Village, one of them are the bamboo, hence it is used as the main construction material. Bamboo grooves are processed in such a way to resemble a tree, as one of the most suitable building materials for tropical climate. In fact, bamboo has been constructed for beam, column, roof, laminated boards, and interior finishes throughout Indonesia. Amongst them are passive sustainable design, which benefits from the use of sun orientation, or the wood curtains here, being thoughtful about window and also opening placements. Native landscaping are also kept in a design that can greatly reduce costly needs. Visitors can join the farmers for an experience of developing the plantation, appreciating the process before enjoying the fresh products. Other than the planting beds area, they can also visit the sky gardening area, which is put to pick smaller products for spices. After taking their hand-picked fresh crops, they arrive to the Green Restaurant for lunch. Immersive experience directly. This will bring a memorable trip, such as the application of the farm-to-plate experience in the area. Adjusting the room design with basis or understanding it is applied, such as sitting without chair or lesehan, is then brought up with accordance in human behavior consideration. So straw sitting pillow is provided. Metal bars are also provided for user safety and privacy. Plywood composite floor is used because it is less porous, and also any stain or water is easy to clean and maintain. Then is the essential oil/sensory garden, providing all different kinds of tactile elements, plants and products to smell, also different kinds of display method. The dynamic skylight can give the impression of a building that stays, but the sun that moves throughout the area, giving different experience throughout the day. The concept of in-between means that the facility is willing to blend in with the natural surrounding as a unit. So the use of color is also dominant in the color that appears on nature, and also natural properties such as precast concrete and also coal timber, which is the nation's local reclaimed wood. By using Nippon paint timber-like for interior finishes, the use of varnish will help enhance the natural wood grain, giving exceptional durability with excellent adhesion that resists fungus growth, also providing smooth finish. Here's a quick glance into the gray water treatment system, where the water flows through the inlet pipe, through the filtering system, where planktons are eaten by fishes, making the water volatilized for irrigation. Ending the plantation process is the terrarium workshop area. What are they doing here? They're making their own terrarium. Empowerment through a simple concept, which departs from the daily lives of the local residents. This area serves an interactive planting area, depicting the end, where products are stored, showing the months of hard work, bringing their story of appreciation back home. Smells like jahe and kunyit in here. After going through the whole activity, visitors can now rest in the warm and peaceful jamu workshop and cafe, and the implementation of preserving the traditional heritage of local communities. Visitors can visit the bar area to choose what kind of jamu to make. Pagalinu, peaceful sleep. Jamu is also very beneficial, closing the day by learning simple steps of mengulak or stomping herbs to extract. Time flies by here in Antara. Locals are packing up, keeping up. We finally arrive. They are greeted with a mushroom-like structure made of bricks covered with plants that help absorb heat throughout the day, providing thermal comfort. Ding ding, it's time for dinner. By providing lodging facilities for visitors to stay overnight, they get a sense of living in a familiar Bali home-like feel. They can cook their own dinner, and don't worry, a local will assist them. Finally, it's time to close the adventure. Visitors can take a shower, cleaning themselves of the sweat, closing the day with a beautiful sunset before eventually resting in the exotic room. Sleep tight now. Therefore, hopefully Antara can help the locals of Pinggan to detach their dependency on external control in their agricultural practices by connecting, integrating, providing space for interaction, promoting greater livelihood by providing socio-economic opportunity. At last, in the hope upon building the first phase, Antara stands strong among the beautiful Desa Pinggan, breaking boundaries and building bonds, creating a sense of community between both the locals and the visitors, empowering the locals, providing mutual experience, building a relationship, and sharing a good cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Let's start. Can I invite Mr. Peter to start off for the session?
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, Patricia, I can see there's a lot of work inside, I'm waiting for the rest of the judge to comment, but just very quickly on my side, I think another approach, I'm just to say that another approach towards your design is that, if you look at, the recent work, you know, you look at the recent work of Bill Bensley, you know, because he does a lot of, you know, hotels and that, you know, and it's actually, honestly, another approach is the sensitiveness to the space, is that a lot of time the architecture that is built or the interior space that is built need not necessarily, you know, to be imposing. You know, that means the way that the windows opening, the full height windows, when you slide open the windows, it relates to the green spaces, and these green spaces are part of the walls of an interior of a house, which I think is very important. So we take the scheme of this existing site, you know, whether it's a landscaping and this, and we tell people that, hey, the landscape could be a green wall, and this green wall allows this permeability, allows this light that falls through the shadow patterns, you know, that you are part of these open spaces, you know, that almost living in a jungle, a jungle concept, but almost not really a jungle, but a botanical in a way. You know, we always talk about green spaces and how this becomes a new kind of, as I say to everyone, it's almost to the rest of the you know, I mean, basically the rest of your colleagues, you know, is basically part of, you know, living in a green space. And that is what design is all about. Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Peter. Mr. Hideji, would you like to add on anything?
Hi, thanks for the presentation, and that was really, it's a lot of, I see a lot of work has been done, and then, you know, overall it's like, you know, starting from the sense of arrival, and then your journey start to, you know, visit each facilities. I think that was really, really good. And then it's, for me, it's like almost complete, you know, the result. And then, you know, you can learn, you can eat, you can farm, you can enjoy yourself, and I think really good. I think I really think like you did a good job on this project.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hideji. Mr. Joey, would you like to add on? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think first of all, I really appreciate some of the local touch that I can sense within the space, that I can really relate to the context, because I think there's a certain cultural kind of sensibility in terms of how you create this green space together with the functional space. And yeah, I like that. I really like that. But at the same time, I just it just kind of triggers me how because you try to integrate the entire architecture with the interior into this farm, you know. So there's certain part I'm just thinking, maybe is it you've been doing too much, you know? It's like certain parts I like the idea you are setting the context within the natural field itself. So it seems like certain portions are over designed. Like you don't need so many articulation in terms of the plantations, and you design a very beautiful structures, you know. So it seems that even you highlight the so-called color, it seems like it's a bit too powerful, you know, in that sense, that maybe certain portion you should leave certain so-called connection to the farm. Yeah. I'm saying, so it's everything is very well articulated, but you push it pretty far. So that's why I think the touch that you bring in local culture, the local touch is essential, because that tells me not only the farm itself, but I also in touch with the native, with the people. They really work and they have been generation, they have their different values. And I think that is so important. Not just nature. I want to get in touch with people. So I think if you can even highlight more on that accent, and probably play down a little bit on some of the functions, because I think you work really hard on each zone. It's not easy because you're creating architecture and interior together with the outdoor space. So yeah, I appreciate your work, and yeah, I really like the cultural part. Thank you.
Thank you, Joey. Architect Javin, would you like to add on?
Yes. It is really good, Patricia, and I actually kind of really appreciate the concept behind a project which can bring people and nature together. So really very, very well thought about concept. But when it comes to the design, I would like to agree with Joy saying that, you have done a lot, right? From architecture, coming from nature to the architecture, to the interiors, to the even filtration plan. And the way you describe that's a lot for anybody to handle. And sometimes it is also very essential that as designers, we don't lose focus. This is about an interior design thing. So you could have actually kept that away and got more of, our work on interiors done. And anyway, that amount of work you did is actually very, very good. But I think because of that, some details or the way in which some of these things have been kind of taking shape has been a little bit affected. For example, the beautiful landscape of Indonesia, that video you showed at the beginning, and the aesthetics of the building were from the interiors. From outside, maybe it's looking nice, but from the interiors, I thought sometimes it would have been a little bit okay if you would go a little light there, So that way, maybe a little bit of the balance between the palette of nature itself and what you have used for the inside. Yeah, you tried to do a lot. My appreciation on that. But next time, be more focused on what you can actually do within that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Javin. Mr. Chu, 我们还有2分钟。好。
好，简单来说，我想跟这个学生说，很重要的是，你不要以为你现在在为自然做什么，可能你现在正在破坏这个大自然，正在破坏这个大自然。这个环境本来很好，你在那边做一个这么庞大的东西，但你说你跟自然融合这件事情反而是个破坏。你在这个环境里面，你做了很多自然原生态的水的平衡之类的，可是这个大自然本来它就有水的平衡，它本来就已经是个平衡。很多建筑师、室内设计师都希望都会有机会在大自然里面做一个很漂亮的建筑，可是很重要的是，大家都会以为我在帮大自然做什么，可是你现在做这件事情，可能是在破坏这个大自然。你要留意这件事情，不要以为你在帮助它，懂吗？所以刚刚讲的总结是因为你这个东西并没有跟它融合，然后呢，你印在它本来的系统上面，自然平衡系统里面硬加了一些你认为的系统，反而是在害了这个自然，反而在教导来观光客也好，来这边种菜人来讲，反而产生负面的教育，这个东西很重要。记得千万不能做这种以为自己在为自然做好事，但却在破坏自然的事情。这样，我要想讲的是这个。
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chu. I'll just translate Mr. Chu's comment very quickly. In your journey of designing your project, there's a lot of unnecessary actions that you think that you have taken that is you are contributing to the local ecosystem, but actually you're not. Because as a tropical ecosystem, there's a lot of, for example, the water, the wind, the sun, these are all already existing elements that is already healthy in a tropical ecosystem, but you putting on a space like that doesn't necessarily contribute to the health of the ecosystem, but it might send the wrong message that we need to do all these things in order to be part of the environment. So what Mr. Chu wanted you to do is really think about what is existing in the environment that you can use and what is something that you can add on. All right, thank you, Patricia, for your time. Thank you, judges.
Thank you very much.
All right, next on, I would like to invite Swang from Thailand with a project called Melodium. All right, are you online?
Yes, can you hear me?
Hello, all right, over to you.
Okay. Good afternoon. I am Swang from Thailand. It is an honor to present you the Melodium, the musical instrument for oral rehabilitation. Helen Keller once said, "Blindness cuts us off from things, but deafness cuts us off from people." Imagine you live in a world where there is no sound, only the visuals. You can see people doing things like talking, laughing, shouting, singing, and many other things, but all you can hear is the silence. You might feel somehow disconnected, and this is not an uncommon problem. Hearing loss can occur since birth or after, and there are many levels of it. You might born with it, get it from an accident, a medication that has side effects, and actually our hearings are declining with age naturally, as we could see that hearing loss is not uncommon for the elderly people. In this case, it is caused by the damage of a constant period of loud noise exposure. And hearing loss can affect us both physically and mentally because it cuts us off from the people and the society. Not being able to fully communicate with people can be very frustrating, even to self, and this could even lead to depression. It's not always the case, as people with hearing loss can still be joyful and live normally, but still there are times that we inevitably got separated. So in my approach, I think there is still a way for us to share the connection and be whole together again without nothing like the physical disability as the barrier. That means we have to be connected on a spiritual level. And this leads to the music, the strongest one in evoking human emotions. Music is also the universal language for us. And we normally think that it is to be heard only, but there are many other ways to approach this form of art. So we can listen or we can feel. Please allow me to introduce you the melodium, the instrument that will let us feel the music, literally. So welcome to the melodium. From now on, we will go through all the project information and details all together. And the first one is the concept. The concept of melodium is from the context of hearing loss, music, and space. The intersection part is the letter C, which represents the word connect, because we want to make those who feel disconnected be able to connect again while we use the music and space as something to help achieve that. And so it becomes a concept of comparing us humans as the musician, the architecture of space as the instrument, and nature as the music. The building would also act as a transition space between land and water, because nature needs to be a part of this. So the prototype would be located in a canal in Bangkok. The reason is because this canal is not very noisy like the main river, but it's still in the center of the capital. So that would be for the easy access. These are the photos of the real site locations. The Riverside Park in Sirirat Hospital in Bangkok. The space is free of charge to occupy, however, as it is a very small space due to laws and restrictions about the buildings on the water. So the reservation is recommended to help prevent overload capacity on board. That is the maximum of 20 people. As for the annual schedule, the melodium would be available only during the winter and summer seasons because the project relies heavily on the water. And during the rainy seasons, the waves are very unstable. The maximum volume that melodium can create is 60 decibel, and the sound distance, it could travel up to 128 square meters. As for the detailed programming as daily schedule, the instrument inside would be rotating between controllable and uncontrollable. Defined as nature time is when the water waves will be playing the music by itself without us humans interfering, and the free play is when we humans can control the sound and play it like a musical instrument. During the weekends, we will also hold hearing loss group therapy sessions by the healthcare professionals from the nearby hospital. And now let's move on to the plan of the project. Melodium is a series of modules combining together, giving us endless layout possibilities. And the main concept of the project is to feel the music. So the main highlight would be the wave organ. That would be the medium to help us feel. So in this organ derivation to space is from the idea of extracting music composition into three-dimensional space. So in musical theory, we would have the melodic tone, the medium tone, and bass tone. And I simplified that into high pitch, medium pitch, and low pitch sound, and develop them into three actual organs that will be placed in the project. So organ number one would be the medium pitch sound, number two, the low pitch, and number three, high pitch. When installed and played together, it is like the concept of an orchestra. As for the modules, there are 5 types of them in this project. And so module A is a square piece, module B is the side piece, module C is also a side piece, but with the organs installed. Module D is the restroom, and module E is the minibar. And before us right now is the full option layout plan with all the pieces composing together a square island of 12 times 12 meters. The medium organ will be using the pipes from other modules, while the high and low organs will be using their own modules pipes. With these modules, the layout is very flexible and adaptive to most of the locations. And even at the same location, it could transform and give a new variation to the space and sound combination. As for the structural parts, each module is consisting of many layers. First one is the supporting weight layer that is made from the marine flotation foam. The next one, flooring, would be made from the seaball polytherm, which is a material of enhanced foam beads mixing with the cement. So overall giving us a lighter weight, insulated, and eco-friendly structure. The parts that go underwater will be steel coated with nipple paint marine for anti-fouling. The interior flooring would be the wood plastic composite deck board, and the ceilings and other parts would be steel with reflective surface to help the project able to be located anywhere without looking out of place, as the surroundings are being reflected on the walls. And on the ceiling parts at the exterior, there would also be solar cell panels installed to help preserve the energy and convert them into power supplies for the project. When linking between modules, the floor lock would be used to link them, and the polymer floor frame would be placed on top to help conceal the joints and create smooth floor surface. And for the height of the project, the floor to the roof is 2.47 meters, and the interior height is 2.4. There are some other add-on parts on the minibar module, which are 1, the locker for storing private belongings, 2, the multi-purpose furniture that could be used as a table or seating by adjusting the heights, and 3rd one is the built-in drink bar. This is the details of the multi-purpose furniture. It is a pop-up furniture that when not in use, it could be kept under the ground, under the floor, and when in need, we could pull it up manually by our hands at 5 levels of height, which are 10, 30, 45, 60, and 80 centimeters. So we could use it as a table or seating adjusting these. And furthermore, under the top layer, there is also a hidden layer able to be pulled out for extended length. And now we are arriving at the highlight of our project, the wave organ. The mechanics used here is based off from the first organ of the world, known as hydraulis. It was invented by the Roman and uses water and air pressure to create sounds from the pipes, and with the sliding lids controlling the sound exit. The Sadasi organ at Croatia also uses kind of similar mechanics, but the pressure is not done manually, but rather purely by nature. And this is the hydraulis recreated in the modern time. And thus, this is the mechanics of creating sound in Melodium. So at the base piece of each module, there would be a hose for water input. So when the water waves hit the building edges, the water will go in. So sudden, it creates air pressure that would be pushed out through the pipes, creating sound. And the pitch would be determined by the pipe sizes. The smaller it is, the higher the sound. The bigger, the lower. And for the volume, it would be depending on the strength of the waves. At the sound exit, there would also be lids linking to the keys installed inside the building. These lids would have 3 status, which all could be controlled through the main board. So the first status is open status, which is during the nature time when we let the water waves play the music by itself without us interfering. And the second one is closed status during the closing hours. And last one, controllable by keys, is when we could play the organ. And this is the organ keys installed inside the building. It is around 2 meters wide in total, and the playing is for us to step on them, like how we use the fingers to press on the keys of the piano or the organ. And since people with hearing loss will hear the lower pitch sound easier than the higher pitch sound, the keys here are tuned to a lower musical note for easier hearing. However, this is just for the add-on, as the main thing would still be for us to feel the vibrations through the sound pipes installed under the floorboard and the water waves. We will then feel that each note is different through these many different vibrations, and we can learn to distinguish them in a very delicate and sensitive manner. Furthermore, stepping on the keys would also reflect on the lighting in the project. So in musical theory, we would say that the major chords would give us a bright image and the minor chords would give us a darker image. So with this, we will help people to feel the musical notes through the visual also. This is an example when the major chords are being pressed. The lighting would be kind of warm and light-hearted and joyful. On the other hand, if it is the minor chords, it would be much more melancholic and sad in expression. And this is the overall mood of the prototype island. And lastly, I hope that this project could propose a way for us to help people with hearing loss to be able to feel the music and that it's not the privilege of those who can hear only. Through this universal language, we could share the connections and share the emotions that is expressed in the form of music. This project is also a dedication to my mother, who has suffered from hearing loss from cancer treatment years ago. And I really believe that even if some sense is deprived from us, we will always be able to find a way to be connected to each other again. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Songchanok, for your presentation. I would like to maybe invite Mr. Joey, would like to start first?
Yeah, actually, I'm quite excited for this project because of the issue you brought up about really very difficult issue about senses and also how to retrieve our senses, especially you kind of lost it, right? And I think that is something if using design to not just to connect but to repair. And I really appreciate the effort because I think you really do a lot of not only research, I think understanding of what is being lost. So from that, I really appreciate. So based on this kind of approach, I think yes, you had really perform on in terms of the technical side. It's very beautiful done, and actually not only the feeling of the people who lost their senses, but I think what is also interesting. Now you try to link up with nature, which is I can see the wave. I can still smell the breeze. I can feel that kind of another connection. But somehow, I think the missing link here is how, because you intend to use artificial lighting. And I think that is a good way to connect the sound and to connect the light, even the color and the tone. But I think that is even better if you start to make use the nature even further. How can a person feel not just the sound, but like what I say, the breeze, and also be more closer to the to the water. I think that not only technically the water is being pumped and touch the sound and affects the light, artificial lights, but I think there should be also trigger to the sense. So I think that's point number one. Point number two, I think the other thing is not only the people who suffer the loss of that kind of hearing. I think a lot of people like us, you see, we didn't lose our hearing, but certain things we can't hear. Okay, we just can't hear because our senses are so kind of a little bit retarded already in certain sense. So that is also a chance that you can remind us what we really have, and then we understand what people lost. So I think that is also a very interesting way that this structure is not only meant for people who lost. I think it's also a way to put a message that we should understand, what we have. And by doing that, you are putting even people that just experience with the nature, with the kind of interaction with music. And I think that will be even more powerful. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joey. Yeah. Thank you so much. Mr. Hideji, would you like to say anything?
Yes, thanks for the presentation. I think that was a very, very unique approach for her to make it her own concept. Because we look at the space as interior space visual. When we look at the space as a visual aspect, but she's also looking at the space as a sound aspect. At the interior space as sort of like the musical instrument. I mean, that's something that I couldn't imagine. So I think that was very unique, and the connecting to lighting, I think that was a really good idea too. So, but my only concern is like, it's because this is very simple, the structure, the form, and then, besides saying the sound in the aspect, what people can feel inside, and visually. It's also I understand like they're looking at the sound aspect like people can feel, but like I think something we need to feel, and then that's something that are not missing, something we should add. Yep. But like overall, that was great, the ideas. I love the idea. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Hideji. Architect Javin, can I get you to speak too?
Yes. Yeah, it was a real different project, very noble. And that quote from Helen Keller, it was so meaningful. So you are trying to really help people who can't hear. So that way, it was an amazing concept presented. Design-wise, you did a lot of research and everything needed for this place to work. However, just like some of the jurors here commented, the space you created was like a little sterile. Being that particular instrument, being an instrument in itself, to make those people listen to sound. My question is, did those people, or will those people be able to listen to the spaces itself? The space, the manifestation of that space itself. That's a little question you need to address. The space did everything to make people hear what we wanted them to hear. but the space itself, was that space heard? And did the space make that connection with the people, that experiential connection? That is one area where you can actually think about. And now it's only my comment. If you want to kind of reply to this, you're welcome, because, you know, maybe I missed some point. So this is my small observation, but the project is really noble and novel.
Thank you, Architect Javin. Sangchana, would you like to reply, Architect Javin, or it's okay? Would you like to add on? Okay, never mind then. It's okay. Mr. Peter, do you have anything to say? We have 3 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, I think the work is actually very interesting, because it wasn't about honestly, it wasn't about a finished product, but it's about the process that I've seen you going through this whole project. It's all about, at first I was looking at the process, it looks like a bit like a scientific experimentation about water level. It's about raising thing, pneumatic thing. And I felt was, is this what we are looking for as an interior designer? How extensive we are going. We are not like an engineer working on this concept. But yet, very, the last sentence, when the last word that you put, it's all about, relating to, you say your mom or something that who could not listen as well. And I felt there was this sensitiveness, but this feeling of nostalgic that you try to do, and you did all this experimentation is all, to really please the wishes of your mom, who you understand her situation. And the design project was actually developed into as such, or not, you will not even start the project, even this project, if this situation does not happen. So, I'm not so sure about the finished product in terms of the steel that you use for the space, but I think more important is that the project has to tell me about this sensation, this feeling of spaces, of how we are on the idea of on water, because if you look at the work, very straightforward, not an architect's work, but if you look at an artist's work like Cristo, Cristo did an artwork in Brescia, in Italy, called the Floating Piers, and this was probably the last Cristo work that I've seen, beside, the rest of the Cristo work that you can see in New York and things. But Floating Piers in Italy was probably last of his project, which he believed, his ambition is exactly how you envision, and he believed in himself. And as an artist, he starts to develop this project. I remember I was explaining to children of the school, that he has a vision of doing a floating piers, means like I'm walking on water. This is a bit like a revelation of like, in Bible about God walking on water. This is also about the feeling of an artist and how an artist thinks. And we as an interior designer, we need to think like how an artist thinks, how artists work. We artists are really a good interior designer because they create their own belief, which I think is very, very important. So, Cristo Floating Piers is basically composed of 70,000 of yellow fabric that floats on plateau water, But, what really, if you know what Cristo, when he did this work, he said this thing, he said, art is not just for sin, art has to have a feeling. So the whole idea is when we go to an art museum, it's not just about looking at an artwork, but he created artwork where you can walk on the floating piers and you start to feel the different level. You can feel the water moving up and down, the platoons going up and down. And this is about creating that art for individuals to be part of this art and experience. And you need to do this when you can do an interior design where you are part of the space and feel the space. You have succeeded as an interior designer. That's all.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Peter. Thank you, Sang Chanok. You may log off now. Thank you. Judges, before our lunch break, I would like to invite Mai Ngọc An from Vietnam with her project, Fish Sauce Spirit. Mai, are you here?
Can you see me?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, over to you.
Yes. Sau đây mình xin phép được thuyết trình về bài dự thi Fish Spirit, Trung tâm sản xuất và trải nghiệm làng nghề nước mắm truyền thống ở Phan Thiết. Và mùa hè năm ngoái thì mình có dịp được đi du lịch thành phố Phan Thiết, thì đây là thành phố nằm ở ven biển của Việt Nam và rất nổi tiếng với các khu du lịch. Bên cạnh đó thì với lợi thế nằm ở vị trí ven biển thì Phan Thiết còn nổi tiếng với các làng nghề truyền thống, và một trong những làng nghề nổi tiếng và lâu đời nhất ở đây thì chính là làng nghề nước mắm. Và sau khi trải nghiệm ở các khu vực du lịch thì mình có đi tham quan ở khu vực làng nghề nước mắm ở gần đó. Thì đây là một trong những làng nghề lâu đời ở Phan Thiết và nằm đối diện với con sông Phú Hải. Đây là con sông mà các nhà buôn và thợ sản xuất nước mắm đã chở những các chum vại nước mắm để đi giao thương và buôn bán ở khắp các nơi trên thành phố.
Sorry, Mai, can I get you to stop first? Because the interpretation button is not up yet. Let me adjust for a moment. Okay, can you start again once I let you know? Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Mai, can you start again? Judge.
And now I would like to present my entries for Festival Spirits. Well, last center I was
thành phố Phan Thiết, thì đây là một thành phố biển nằm ở trên eo biển của Việt Nam ở phía miền Trung và rất nổi tiếng với những khu du lịch và thắng cảnh đẹp. Đồng thời thì nơi đây còn nổi tiếng với các làng nghề sản xuất truyền thống, và một trong những làng nghề lâu đời nhất và nổi tiếng nhất ở Phan Thiết thì đấy là làng nghề làm mắm. Tại khu du lịch thì mình có đi tham quan khu vực làng nghề ở gần đó, thì đây là một trong những làng nghề lâu đời.
Can you share your presentation as well? Yeah, thank you.
Can you see my presentation?
It's okay, take a deep breath, you'll do well.
Yes. Thì
carry on.
Yes.
So the village where I visited is opposite to the Phú Hải River. Hey, excuse me, and I'm listening to the interpretation also. This is the place where the traders and the location I choose is close to the traditional village as well as the tourism place. So in summary, this tradition to Phan Thiết people in particular and to Vietnamese in general, fish sauce was introduced to Vietnam 300 years ago, and this is the very first place to produce fish sauce in Vietnam. And with their own skills and techniques, they make the typical flavors that only Vietnamese or countries, neighbor countries like Thailand and China has. And a Vietnamese fish sauce has its typical role and contribute to the typical cuisine of Vietnam, and now becomes a necessary meal in every meal of Vietnam. But at the moment, the fish sauce of Vietnam is losing its position because the industrialization has been increasing, and with the introduction of machines as well as chemicals products with much lower price compared to traditional fish sauce, it lose their position in the market and lost most of the profits of the fish sauce maker. And also the facilities for traditional fish sauce making is downgrading. So it leads to a lot of profit increase, leading to the fish sauce makers leaving and quitting the job. And with the human-centered topic of this contest, I think of an idea to support the fish sauce makers who have been working and clinging to the work for their whole life. And my idea started from making use of the advantages of Phan Thiết City. This is a developing city with young generations, and it's also a tourism place. However, those advantages are lacking of the communication and supporting the traditional village. So I developed an idea which is designed of center for experiencing the production. It works as a cooperative with the participation of all the famous fish source makers in the areas. And this model has been adapted in many other sectors in Vietnam, like agriculture. And also I make use of the advantages of Phan Thiết so that we can promote the traditional fish source flavor to international tourists and also to the young generations about the values of this traditional sector. So before going deep into the details, I conducted a lot of researches on the production process. So firstly, with raw fish, they will mix with salt, and we have two ways for fermentation: in the jar or in outdoor. And then they will start filtering before packaging. So based on those activities, I designed the building for two key subjects: the makers and the tourists. So in this area, there will be a place for the exchange of experiences or knowledge among the brands. And for tourists, they have a chance to buy the fish source products right here, also experience the fish source production process, taste the newly produced products, and also watch the whole process. And then talking about the massing diagrams, inspired by the fish source barrels with that round shape, I can change it in size and in the form to create the base area with the functions being combined with also a yard in the circle shape in between. And also I have other inspirations. So I have a very strong emotion looking at these conical hats of the Vietnamese used by most of the Vietnamese and also by the fish source makers. So this kind of hat is also used to cover the jar outdoor. And structurally, I use the citrus. So talking about the functions, we have three key areas: the office and reception area. The second space is for a restaurant where tourists can directly experience the fish source products. And the third area is the fish source processing area. So for fish source makers and tourists, I designed different traffic routes for them so that they can observe, the tourists can observe the production without interfering it. And in the fish source processing, the layout is arranged following the steps of production, like indoor and outdoor fermentation area, and then boiling and filtering and packaging. And later on, products are moved to the kitchen to be used for cooking immediately. And then food and meals are prepared right here and served in the restaurant. Tourists can visit the whole place, observe the production, and then taste the products in the restaurant. Then I use the brick. This is non-furnished brick with a typical color. For the structural design, I use wood structure, which is very typical in the Vietnamese fish source factories. And for the roof, I use glacis roof. This is quite common in Southeast area. So this is the whole master plan. We can see the surface area, green area, and not only using natural and typical
elements of the area, I adapt to the seasons, because in Phantom we have a rainy season and a sunny season. So when designing these slopes, it helped the water discharge. And also this kind of material for the roof will have heat prevention, and the water surface around the area help air circulation and also maintain the air temperature. Besides that, arranging functional area in small blocks instead of a whole big building help reduce the energy consumption and make use of natural energy. And for the tourist, I would like to recall my own tour in the reception area. I got all the information about the production through the screens or video presented in the reception. And in the middle of this reception area, we have a display zone for the products. So these structures is also play an interior role in being used at a display zone. The first place is used for communal space and exhibition, where the resource makers can share their experience and knowledge and also talk to the tourists. Above it is the place where tourists can see and buy the products, and this is combined with a brick and steel system to create a harmonious feeling between the two elements. And as a tourist, I can experience the production process. Here is the fermentation area. So we have the production area inside, and the tourist route is outside it. And these two areas are separated by a glass wall, so tourists cannot interfere the production process inside. And also create various angles for tourists to observe the production. So they will be given interesting experiences from different angles. And for the outdoor area, the resource makers and tourists can communicate in a more natural way. And in this, the barrels are playing the interior roles. This also creates a resting feeling for tourists and resource makers. And the next area is boiling and filtering place. Here we maintain the traditional method, which is to use a wood burns and cooked, and tourists can be able to observe the whole process from outside. And then is the packaging area. Here we can see by entering the space, taking part in the packaging process, or observing from the tourist routes from the second floor and looking down at the packaging area. And the finished products will be transferred to the kitchen area to serve cooking. So tourists can observe from the outside or enter the kitchen to cook by themselves. And in this kitchen area, we still have the well, which is a very typical element in the life of the people, the inhabitants. And finally, we have the dining area. So this is where tourists can taste the resource, and the barrels are changed in their shape, in their designs to be used as furnitures, which brings the familiar feelings to tourists. And this is also a friendly factor to both resort makers and tourists. And on the third floor, we have products for sale so that tourists can taste and buy them. In this dining area, it is designed as an open space, so they can enjoy the space, the outdoor space, and also the natural elements outside. So I'm a habitat of this city. So I believe that through this experience, they will be given more values about the traditional village and also commercial values that this design can bring to the traditional village and stabilize the life of resource makers as well as maintain the traditional activities of the village. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Mai. Thank you so much for your presentation. I'd like to open the floor to our judges. Anyone would like to take the lead? Hey, who's ready? Who's ready? Mr. Peter, are you ready? Okay, not yet. Okay, Architect Javin, would you like to go first? Yay, thank you.
I really like the project. The purpose, the object was well meant and well stated. The concept, really nice. And the way you have reached it, I am really, really happy to see the humble, simple, very much empathetic building of that spaces which you have come at the end of your design exercise. The interior, the total floor spaces, the way it looked from the outside and all that. I think I'm absolutely happy with it. All the best.
Thank you, Architect Javin. Mr. Hideji, would you like to say something?
Can I interfere with this one first?
Oh, yeah, please interpret. Sorry, Mr. Hideji.
Okay.
I will let the translator do. Thank you. Interpreter, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Từ giám khảo Javin thì tôi có nhận xét là tôi nhìn chung rất là thích dự án của bạn, ngay từ cái ý định ban đầu cũng như là mục đích thiết kế và cả những cái khái niệm, những cái yếu tố mà bạn đưa vào trong thiết kế thì nhìn chung tôi đều rất là thích. Và đặc biệt tôi thích nhất là cái hình ảnh cuối cùng khi mà bạn kết hợp tất cả các yếu tố lại với nhau thành một cái công trình chung, và cả những cái sự khiêm tốn khi mà mình giới thiệu về dự án của mình, cũng như là cái sự tinh tế khi mà chúng ta sắp xếp những cái tấm kính để mà ngăn cản cái việc cản trở của khách du lịch, nhưng mà vẫn tạo được điều kiện để mà họ quan sát được toàn bộ quá trình, cũng như là cách sắp xếp của sàn, bố trí không gian. Thì nhìn chung tôi rất hài lòng với dự án này.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Hideji, can I invite you to speak? Yes.
Yep. Thanks for the presentation, Mai, and that was, very, very, very good. I mean, it's very practical, the concept you made, and then you're looking at the the local, the history and the culture, which is the with the epistles, and then you're making like the master plan, taking the fishbowl diagram as a base. I think that was a really good approach too. And then we have done I have done many hotel projects I work in the past and currently, and then the approach is just making the concept the master plan is really practical. I think something I really appreciate the work she has done, and then I think nothing more. And then the way she described interior spaces, like each function is like she's not doing too much, very simple. And then unifies the entire, the facilities. I think, she did a very good job.
Chào bạn Mai, tôi chỉ có một cái nhận xét rất là ngắn gọn về dự án của bạn là đây là một cái công trình rất tốt, tôi đánh giá rất cao, bởi vì những cái khía cạnh thiết kế của bạn rất tinh tế và bạn tận dụng tất cả những yếu tố của địa phương, cũng như là kể lại được câu chuyện lịch sử của quốc gia của mình. Và ngoài ra thì cái cách mà dẫn dắt khi bạn trình bày đến từ phần nền trước rồi sơ đồ tổng quan, thì đây cũng là một cách tiếp cận rất là tốt, rất là dễ hiểu. Và ngoài ra thì theo kinh nghiệm của bản thân tôi cũng đã thực hiện qua rất là nhiều dự án về khách sạn, thì tôi thấy đây là một cái cách tiếp cận rất là gọi là tinh tế, rất là dễ hiểu, và đặc biệt là những cái khía cạnh, những cái khái niệm mà bạn đưa ra ở đây nó mang tính chất thực tế rất là cao, rất dễ ứng dụng. Và nhìn chung thì tôi cảm thấy là cái thiết kế này nó đơn giản, những cái vật liệu, những cái chất liệu đều có thể dễ tìm kiếm và có thể xây dựng được. Thì nói chung là bạn đã xây dựng được một dự án rất tốt, tôi đánh giá rất cao.
Thank you. 朱老师可以请你点评吗 ，Mr. Chu？
OK，我觉得他的东西非常的完整，完整度非常高，像是专业的设计师做的事情，我们非常喜欢。那这个如果真的要点评讲他的问题的话，我觉得少了一点点惊喜，少了一点点火花那个感动的东西，或者是创意的东西在里面。它是一个非常完整的一件作品，但可以再加上一点点的其他的创意跟感动在里面，可能会更好。这样。
Thank you, Mr. Chu. I'll translate into English for interpreter. Your completion level is really high, right? Professional design overall. Your whole project was very well done. And Mr. Chu really likes it. But what he thinks, this is after all a concept-based competition. He wished that you can give a bit more surprise and maybe your design is a bit too safe. You can also try to be a bit bolder in the future when it's a conceptual-based challenge. Yeah, interpreter, over to you.
Nhìn chung thì cái dự án của bạn nó có cái độ hoàn thiện rất là cao, tôi rất thích, và đánh giá chung thì đây là một dự án rất tốt. Nhưng mà bởi vì cái tính chất cạnh tranh của chương trình này, của cuộc thi này của chúng ta là dựa trên khái niệm thiết kế, cho nên là tôi cảm thấy dự án của bạn nó mang tính chất hơi an toàn quá. Nên nếu được thì sau này nếu mà mình có thể phát triển thêm dựa trên về mặt khái niệm, về mặt định hướng á, thì mình có thể đưa thêm một chút cái yếu tố thử thách vào cho dự án của mình.
Thank you. Mr. Peter, would you like to say a word?
Okay. Yes. So, the work is almost as what the rest of the judges, I think they have said, or it looks almost very finished, can be a built work. But I think very, very important is that, just put aside interior, but architecture, we call the word is actually what we say a vernacular architecture. A vernacular architecture is an architecture that is, it's not something that, we think is nice, but something that relates to really the context and also really to the fact that, this is a Vietnamese project, and in Vietnam, there's so much culture. And that's why this culture actually allowed this kind of architecture to form and the kind of interior spaces that were created because of the architecture. So architecture creates the interior space. But right now, what you can do in the other way is that you can tell us that the interior actually generates the architecture rather than the architecture allows the interior space to form. I think, it's almost like a finished product in a way. What I would like something to be, as I mentioned, vernacular, is that something like how this form of, like in Vietnam, is about, just now the images about, when I look at the architecture, it's almost like an umbrella that opens up, and how these umbrellas not only form as a shelter, but it's part of the way what a skin is all about. And this kind of new skin becomes what I call a new vernacular architecture and a new kind of interior spaces that is formed, so if you look at the work of, if you look at a lot of hotels in the world, if you look at all the Armand's resorts, when, Adrian Zeka, who is the founder of Armand, of course now he's another person who's running it after he sold away, but Adrian Zeka, whenever he chose a site, whenever he wants to do an Armand resort, he will really understand all the site, even in Kyoto, with the Armand Kyoto, it was about looking at a place where, it's not just about, this is a beautiful site or the best location, but he wants this journey to be experienced even before you walk into the hotel. And this journey, he can already plan, not so much as a finished hotel, but the experience of even, going to the spaces, like driving through the spaces, I think that is extremely important, about hotel is not just within the skin of an architectural interior space, but the hotel experience has already been started, on the outskirts or the outer frame of the boundaries of the hotel premises in a way. So the experience is tremendous. And I think your kind of interior design needs to tell me a little bit of experience, but also tell me about what this Vietnamese idea or thinking of a culture or part of your lifestyle is actually brought in, so that as a visitor from overseas coming in, we experience this is how the real life of living in Vietnam. The local context, the locality is very, very important for a tourist. Thank you.
Chào bạn Mike. Nhìn chung thì cái thiết kế của bạn rất là tốt và nó gần như là một cái công trình hoàn thiện có thể đưa vào ứng dụng trong thực tế luôn rồi. Tuy nhiên thì tôi cũng có một số cái muốn chia sẻ ở đây nữa, đó là khi mà chúng ta nói về mặt thiết kế thì mình làm kiến trúc sư và cái người xây dựng, người kỹ sư người ta xây dựng á, thì ở đây nó cần phải có sự tương tác nhiều hơn giữa hai bên, bởi vì đối với cái dự án của bạn nó sẽ tạo ra một cái cảm giác là bạn đã xây dựng ra tất cả mọi thứ xong xuôi hết rồi, bây giờ cái người kỹ sư người ta chỉ bắt tay vào làm y như vậy thôi, thì nó sẽ giống như kiểu là chỉ có kỹ sư phải theo ý của bạn chứ nó chưa có sự tương tác giữa hai bên. Thì cái này mình cần phải làm sao đó để cho người ta không có bị quá ràng buộc vào trong cái thiết kế của bạn, mà nó có thể giúp cho người ta thấu hiểu được nhiều hơn cái ý định của mình, cũng như là người ta tiếp thu được khi mà xây dựng. Thì nó không phải chỉ giống như là một cái dù mở ra là bắt buộc phải có nhiêu đó, mà chúng ta cần phải có thêm những cái sáng tạo vào trong đó nữa, để mà mình có thể có những cái phương pháp khác nhau khi mà mình mở cái cây dù ra. Và ngoài ra thì tôi cũng có một số cái kinh nghiệm trong một số cái khách sạn, thì ví dụ như là Amana, hệ thống Amana Resort chẳng hạn, thì nó có rất là nhiều nơi và cái người kiến trúc sư rất là nổi tiếng khi người ta xây dựng mỗi cái resort ở một cái quốc gia khác nhau á, thì người ta cần phải hiểu được cái bối cảnh, những cái yếu tố địa phương của khu vực xây dựng cái resort đó, và không phải là một cái mô hình này chúng ta áp dụng cho toàn thế giới, cho bất kỳ những resort nào thuộc cùng hệ thống, mà mỗi một cái địa phương, mỗi một khu vực nó có những điểm đặc trưng riêng. Thì ở đây cái mà chúng ta đang mong muốn tạo ra là một cái trải nghiệm cho người khách du lịch, cho nên là nó không phải chỉ là khi bước chân vào trong cái không gian của bạn thì mới trải nghiệm được từ những cái thiết kế nội thất của mình, mà mình cần phải làm sao để cho cái thiết kế nội thất nó tỏa ra được cái yếu tố về văn hóa, xã hội của quốc gia mình, truyền thống của Việt Nam ở bên ngoài cái diện tích của công trình, chứ không phải chỉ là bước vào bên trong công trình thì mới có, mà nó phải ngay từ khi mà chúng ta đặt chân đến với cái khu vực đó, đến trong cái diện tích của toàn bộ công trình, thì chúng ta đã có những cái dẫn dắt, những cái trải nghiệm như là một cái lộ trình, chứ không phải chỉ là bước vào bên trong thì mới thấy. Thì tôi đang có một cái thách thức với bạn là mình nên suy nghĩ đến những cái việc vượt ra khỏi cái biên giới công trình của mình, để mình tạo ra được một cái trải nghiệm hoàn toàn cho khách du lịch, để họ có thể hiểu được đây mới là cái cuộc sống thực sự của người Việt Nam khi bước chân đến cái khu vực đó, chứ không phải chỉ khi bước vào bên trong công trình thì mới được trải nghiệm cuộc sống của người Việt Nam.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mai, for your time. You may log off now. Judges will take a close to 30 minutes lunch break. I'll see everyone back at 3:15 p.m. Yeah? All right, I'll see you guys very soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope everyone had a great lunch break. It was welcome back to the third segment where we have our two finalists from India and Sri Lanka ready to present. Next on, I would like to invite Tasha from India to talk about Garimal Shal, a Dignifying Labour Welfare Center. Tasha, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, over to you then.
Should I begin?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Tasha Singh, and my project, Garimal Sthal, is a labor recreation center designed to elevate the everyday life of a labor community within an industrial area in my country, India. I believe that most of us being designers here can agree that they are our silent superheroes, the ones who turn our visions into reality. With my parents' roots within this industrial area in a city called Meerut, I have grown up around these labor community and have always been inspired by their hard work and sincerity. However, I've also noticed that their work environments are not very dignified, leading to their daily struggles, and this has had a deep impact on me. Even basic facilities like a clean place to eat or rest during work hours is missing. I believe that design has that unique power to dignify, and that is what I set out to do with this project. In John Carey's words, dignity is knowing your intrinsic worth and seeing that reflected in the places that you inhabit. According to him, dignity is to design what justice is to law and health is to medicine. This strongly resonated with me. I would now like to walk you through step by step a design process which leads to an intervention that I believe keeps their needs and requirements at the very core. So to get a deeper understanding into their day-to-day life, I began conversing with them, and there were a few things they said that really stood out to me. One person told me that they don't have the time to access entertainment facilities, so they end up watching movies on their cell phones in their free time. Almost all of them told me that tea is very essential to their day and they wish they could savor one cup of it during their work hours. They told me sitting on the floor is more comfortable for them as that's how they've been brought up. Some of them even told me that their back tends to start hurting doing repetitive work, but they cannot access healthcare facilities easily during work hours. The female workers especially expressed their concern for their children while they're at work, but some of them, being the sole providers for their family, have no choice but to leave them home alone. These conversations then led to certain critical ideas that the design should accommodate. Firstly, the design should be mentally stimulating since their work is repetitive and sometimes can even become mundane. Secondly, some of the labor's partners are stay-at-home mothers who feel like their sole purpose is just to provide for their family. So giving them a skill building and upgradation space will open up opportunities for self-employment and even bring back that sense of individuality that everyone deserves. The design should be culturally sensitive and borrow cues from their daily life to create a space that's familiar and comfortable for them. Lastly, some women in this community, even to date, are not open about doing anything other than factory or family work. So the space needs to respect this and create a certain level of privacy for them without creating any complete divide. Then contemplating on the spaces that I value the most in my life, I realized something that's missing from theirs is that crucial third place, a space between their work environment and home environment. For us, it's something like a coffee shop or a museum where we can let go of the strict roles in our lives and just be. They deserve that too. Identifying a site within this industrial area in Meerut, I noticed that there's an abundance of commercial buildings here that go beyond the needs of the people of the city, leading to the buildings either being completely abandoned or receiving very minimal footfall, which is why I decided to choose one closest to the factory complex to repurpose it and create this intervention. A lot of the companies behind these commercial buildings have very powerful corporate social responsibility programs, striving towards social development. This helps ground my project in reality. Striving towards the social development of this community,
I knew it was necessary not only to tackle their daily personal struggles, but also to enrich their community life, which would have a holistic impact on their well-being. Understanding their requirements, the facility will have a canteen, performance space, healthcare facility, children's creche, skill building space, as well as a retail space. And since food is a very integral part of human interactions, the canteen or the cafeteria will be that common thread that maintains that collaborative energy throughout the facility. It will be a flexible space that takes on the role of other social platforms, like the performance space on the upper ground floor and the supporting waiting area on the mezzanine floor. On further interactions with them, I made it a point to start noticing their daily postures and concluded that they're mostly very grounded. Their particular ways of interacting also became obvious to me. For example, when they're conversing, they tend to gather in a circular formation. When they're eating, they want to be together, yet by themselves, so they gather in these random clusters facing different directions. And something that's indigenous to Indian villages is that people naturally tend to gather around trees. I then tried to see how these observations can be converted into actual physical space by exploring types of step seatings, platform seatings, circular seatings, and even trying to bring in that element of a tree for them to gather around. Understanding their needs for mental stimulation, as well as a certain sense of belongingness, I knew that the forms could not be rigid or dictative, allowing them to interact with the space with that childlike enthusiasm and make it feel like their own. Then we come back to the very important question of how we can create a design language that lets people be at ease and also creates a certain level of privacy for them, even though they're in a shared dynamic space. This critical aspect is resolved by layering the floor to create angles as well as levels, so that when they experience this interior landscape, their eye levels will vary, and this will create that certain level of privacy for them. To bring this all together, the circulation space is incorporated within the actual functional space. That opens up multiple tributary routes as well as entrances, achieving crowd control, which lends that breathable quality to the space since it doesn't feel congested at any point. The final intervention consists of 3 main interior topographies with the other critical roles attaching themselves to it. The choice of materials is intentionally commonplace with the idea not to intimidate. They are familiar with this building technique, so that would encourage local employment and can even bring them together to create this facility for themselves. The conscious choice of choosing the same material as the existing urban structure was to make them feel like they belong even in this urban context. And the terracotta tinted color is to highlight the intervention. So the retail space is right at the entrance on the ground floor, attracting a lot of visual attention. The largest chunk of the ground floor is taken up by this interior landscape, which has different types of platform seatings for gatherings, circular seatings encouraging conversation, and angled step seating so they can be by themselves. From within this interior landscape, steps lead to a platform, which then extends out into the children's creche, creating a more intimate scale for these young users. When they enter the ground floor initially, this piques their curiosity, as the space offers a variety of possibilities of activities as well as postures. The children in the creche enjoy these simple forms as they encourage free play, and the element of wood is brought in not only to soften the edges, but also bring in a sense of warmth and connection to nature. The retail space maintains visual connect with the upper skill building space so that they can see their products on display and in turn feel empowered. On the upper ground floor, the resting spaces, the vertical circulation, and the performance space are all interwoven into one, creating a new and complex experience for them. The skill building space consists of the pottery studio, stitching studio, and carpentry studio, whose products are displayed in the below retail store. The more private nesting space behind the staircase is inspired by the chabutra, or the local platform seating popular in Indian villages. This extends out into a private alcove, which allows users to take a mental minute to themselves without having to completely isolate. And the large landings function as balcony viewings into this performance space. This level platform offers a variety of experiences, whether it's that new perspective from the balcony or looking out of the private alcove, or even the feeling of connection from the central platform, from which they can either go forward and go up to the mezzanine floor or just step down and be a part of the performance space. The mezzanine floor mainly caters to the healthcare facility, so the forms are fairly simpler for the patients. And infection control, being a critical function on this floor, is maintained by ample ventilation by giving openings, by the continuous non-permeable floor, and ample circulation space so people can pass each other safely. The pediatric clinic on this floor also functions as a safe haven for mothers and their daughters and their children. Further contemplating on the current scenario, I tried to see what the way forward was for them and realized that it's not complete social isolation unless necessary, but spaces for safe interaction. And then I tried to see how this facility can be adapted to these current needs. And I thought it would be possible as the space itself has a very flexible quality. Firstly, one of the agendas was to maintain a certain level of privacy, which also helps maintain safety as people are not directly facing each other. Secondly, sanitation points were provided within the interiors to maintain and encourage health and hygiene within this community where it's often ignored due to the lack of infrastructure in their lives. And also by incorporating the circulation space within the actual functional space, this opens up multiple routes, also provides pause points so that people have control over who they are interacting with, and it avoids those unnecessary overlaps, maintaining safety. Looking at the larger picture, this space is very open and interactive, and it does not only fulfill the personal needs of the people, but also enrich the community life. The main idea was to create a space that respects their grounded lifestyle and allows them to just be in their natural ways, away from their work life and home life. The goal was to pave a way towards a brighter future that involves having dignity and a certain sense of belongingness, and also to take interiors into the public realm, addressing this powerful community who often go unrecognized for their hard work. And by leaving the ground floor completely open from one side, the dignified energy within the building is extended out to the community. To conclude, I would like to remind us that behind our everyday products, like our morning cup of tea, as well as our immediate built environment, are these hardworking people. It is their hands that create so much of our reality. We need to start recognizing them for their worth and begin to give back. There are so many undermined communities throughout the world, and I believe it's our responsibility as designers to address them as well, since thoughtful design has the power to create dignified lives, which is not only for a privileged few, but for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Tasha. Wonderful. Okay. All right. Mr. Chu, 朱老师你先点评吧. Mr. Chu have some comments. I'll translate for you, Tasha. Don't worry.
OK， 我觉得你的那个概念很好，想要为这个印度做一些很好的穷人做一些好事情，我觉得支持。那我有个问题想请教，就你刚刚提出问了4个穷人，他们有4个需求，那像妈妈觉得她没有时间照顾小孩，那你在刚刚没有提到，你这些空间里面有没有解决照顾小孩的问题？第二，你说很多穷人很辛苦，没有时间休息，那请问一下，他的休息是在路边坐下跟人家聊天呢，还是他是做什么休息？而这个真正休息的活动是在这个空间里面哪里可以被呈现？因为 他们有说我没有时间看电影，那这里面好像也没有电影院。那或是说他可能需要贩卖东西，可是贩卖东西的好像在楼上，而不是楼下直接被看到贩卖。那是否能够你的这个设计是否真的解决？再重新讲一遍，它是否有真的解决到穷人的问题？
All right, 谢谢朱老师. Okay, Tasha, first of all, your concept is great. Mr. Chu really commends you for wanting to design for the community that really needs attention, not just the privileged ones. But he does have a few separate questions that he hopes you can elaborate. Number one is, in your market research, you did identify that there are mothers who are worried about their children's safety while they're at work. How has this been demonstrated in your design? If you can reiterate that, that would be great. And secondly is, you did mention some people when they needed entertainment or needed a resting place. So what is the specific recreational activity that they can freely do in the space that you have given? All right. And thirdly is, you did talk about an area that you can sell things, but it's also at a very secluded corner. So he's wondering, how will that be able to promote these products to passerbys and all? If you can answer these three questions, that'd be great. Thank you, Tasha.
So in terms of the children's creche, to address the children, I have provided a children's creche within the facility. So mothers who come to do the activity in the skill building space where the pottery and stitching studio is held, the children can be in that creche in the meantime. So that is how I've addressed that. So they don't have to leave them home alone. Secondly, in terms of the retail space, I have actually placed it right at the entrance of this facility. So when you're actually entering the building, that is the first thing that you see. And even if you're climbing up the stairs to go on the upper ground floor, that also has a visual connection to the retail space. So that is how I will attract attention to the retail space. And I'm sorry, can you repeat the third question?
The question is, what kind of recreational activities do the community really need? Because you specifically mentioned that they will end up watching movies on their cell phones and all. Yeah, and how will this be reflected in your design?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, that the canteen or the cafeteria, that is their main activity is conversation over food and tea. So that is what I've addressed. But also the cafeteria will be a flexible space that takes on the role of other social platforms. For example, on the upper ground floor, the canteen converts into a performance space in the evening time. So performances can be held within that same space, and that will fulfill their need for entertainment.
All right, thank you, Tasha. I'll just translate back for Mr. Chu. 老师他是说，他贩卖东西的那个转角处呢，是每一个人进来的时候都会看到的。你上楼下楼都会经过，所以这是这一点。然后它也有一个角落是给父母呢可以放孩子一起去在那边互动的一个角落，对，就是大家可以互相照看邻居的一个角落。然后他说，其实重点不在于看电影，而是有时间跟空间去喝杯茶跟交流，这是一个很道地的印度文化，所以他就有那个角落可以给人家。然后晚上的时候呢，他们就可以把那个食堂变成一个表演厅，让大家有时间去欣赏娱乐，而不是一整天的，是工作之后的一个活动。All right, thank you, Mr. Chu. Thank you, Tasha. Mr. Joey, would you like to go next?
Okay. Yeah, sure. Yes, it's I'm impressed with the intention. Really, I think it's really you brought the word dignity. I think I do agree that that is something we need to look into it more, especially for designers, because it seems like for most of the designer, we always design for the privilege. Yes, so I think now rather we should spend more effort and even more thoughts for the other community. So being said that, I kind of attach from your initial kick off, like you start to say, you observe carefully about their gesture, and you know how they really behave in the community, in their group, you know, during you know, their lunch, their rest, and start to pick up items that you need to improve on their social circle, or even a community center for them. And I think that I kind of I really buy that approach. But as you develop with the program, I start to felt there's a detach from the concept of how you define the resources they need, and what are the things they are really lacking. Is it the monetary? Is it just money itself? Or because you go back to the point about dignity, you know, it's not just money, you know, not just about a luxury or something comfortable, you know, have another entertainment or show or something, you know. So I think that part is a little bit detached at a later on of your project, where you provide progress. And I hope as a designer, you should push beyond that. You have to make them feel back as a part of the community, feel that I still, you know, although I'm pretty, I don't have certain resources, but as a person, as a human, I still feel strong, you know, and that is the space I wanted to see. So I see the activities. I like the common ground that you provide on the both level. That is amazing, and that is the start. That is really a start, because you can provide a stage for them. You know, you can provide something they can show, or even they are not just to comfort. You know, they have their own platform. So I start to imagine. I think I like the stage that you create on the second level. That I can imagine this community have their own stage. They have their own voice. You know what I'm saying? So, but the rest of it, I kind of a little bit, you know, I hope you push even further. Like, for example, if probably you make a fantastic you know, washroom or shower or something, you know, something to make them refresh or something, you know, that's design. I'm not saying using a luxury sanitary fitting, no, it's true design, like what you did for the platform, but you stop at the common ground. The rest you didn't really deep further. So if you deep further, you realize there are more to do, there are more to think about it, there are more you can provide for them. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Joey. Architect Javin, can I invite you to speak? You have to unmute first, yeah? All right.
Hi, Natasha. The project which addresses an urgent need for somebody to really take a look at what our labor and the labor community needs is really great. And the way you have studied laborers, identified problems, and directly delivered it with, you know, very direct answers, that is also good. But I have to kind of agree with a few jurors here, particularly Joy, saying that actually, more than trying to give what they usually experience in their villages or hometowns, you know, maybe it is time we look at the labor community with a separate identity, who will be proud of being there or being part of this labor force and having enough empowerment by way of their needs being addressed. Because even their hometowns and villages are changing. And when you go to a new city, like in Delhi, where you are planning this, that's an opportunity for them to maybe grow up and grow up with the times and catch up with the times. Yeah. So homecoming or going to their village will be a dream which they will always cherish, and they can always feel in its fullness, rather than giving small, kind of exposures, which can actually not equal. And maybe in time, they themselves may transform into metropolitan citizens and may lose the relevance of it. So actually, I think happiness, either in a village or in a workplace, wherever we are, that spaces which can actually cater for that inner happiness and peace, that should be the final aim, rather than kind of addressing it with real 1, 2, 3, 4 solutions. So maybe a large space wherein weekly, like entertainment also, where they can actually make some kind of a reflection of their village. They will come together and today this is this activity which is happening on, so they can look forward to it. So that kind of a place wherein you can stage something, but it is always flexible. So I think as a designer, you have now completely nailed maybe the problem identification and delivery part. But design is always about addressing a disadvantage dimension. That disadvantage dimension, whether you are in a city or in a village, somehow has a connection, which finally is about the happiness. Yeah. So from that point of view, maybe you have to think a little bit differently. The basics are there, but you have to now look at it in another way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Javin. I have a time constraint, so unfortunately I have to end this session. Thank you, Tasha, so much for your time. I hope the judges' comments have been very helpful. Thank you, judges. Thank you, Tasha. You may log off now. And lastly, we have the only gentleman representation of the day. We have Dilik from Sri Lanka, and his project is about journey through a zero waste energy plant. Dilik, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
All right. Anytime now. Okay, you can start. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello. Hi, welcome everyone. My name is Dilik and I'm from Sri Lanka. Hold on. Hello everyone, my name is Dilik and I'm from Sri Lanka. And first of all, I would like to take you through a journey of an untold story of Colombo. And so with the current development of Colombo and making a city clean, Colombo faces a major garbage and waste management issue. Even though the city is green and clean, the waste get dumped and collected into somebody else's backyard. So these waste becomes 100-meter high mounds, which kind of created conflict between the people and the government. And in 2017, this 100-meter high waste dump collapsed, destroying 100 homes and creating also 32 deaths. So this became an eye-opening moment for Sri Lankans to manage waste. As a result, in 2020, they proposed to move the waste from Colombo towards Wilpattu, which is north of Sri Lanka. Wilpattu is a natural forest reserve, and this waste kind of destroy the natural reserve. So my project is a zero waste to energy plant, also known as the Blue Mantle. Blue Mantle is a site location as well, which is a Dutch name that refers as a valley of flowers. But currently, Blue Mantle is an abandoned garbage dump, which was abandoned 10 years ago. On your right-hand side, you see this beautiful mound with covered with greenery, which is a abandoned garbage dump. Even though it's beautiful, it has destroyed community and this context. So this context is also covered with industrial buildings as well as residential. To mitigate this, I have used the zero waste to energy hierarchy, which showcases that the lifestyle change is the key element to waste management, which I want to create a hope emerges from the mound of waste. And this set of colors I represent in my project itself. So these colors represent its functions, and since they are contrasting colors, I've used set of rustic and neutral colors to merge with it. So there'll be a certain gap between the contrast. And the concept which was developed through a story. From childhood, I was enthusiastic about power plants, hydropower plants as well. When I started doing architecture, I started having this conflict why this infrastructure building, which is a key component in city, are being segregated and people are not being welcome. So from this project, what I want to create is an anti-factory where I deconstruct the existing power plant and reconstruct in a way that it merges the people and this context, the landscape. So it develops through the form, the context, and the community. To create such factory into an anti-factory, there are a series of steps which are taken. When you consider the interior spaces, these interventions and intentions of using such space and the volumes, the components of factory, how I'm going to reconstruct it, and various methods to incorporate the landscape into the building. So when it comes to the lower ground floor, it's purely technical, it's purely power plant functions. But when it comes to the process, the units, what I want to do is embrace it and also highlight it. And some of these components can be interact with the public as well. So in the upper floor, the first floor, the public are taken in, which creates a journey of awareness and museum. And this is the main entrance. So even though you get these contrasting structures, the main building, what I want to create is a subtle building that invites the people in, and also it opens out to every space and bringing the nature in. So talking about the journey of this power plant, I'll explain in few steps. This journey also represents the production of power itself. So number one is the entrance, where you get the conveyor belts and the trains that dropping garbage down. So you get a visual connection with the such aspects. And number two is using the elements of the power plant as a feature. So this is a backdrop of a pit that takes garbage into the incineration, which acts as a backdrop to the lobby space. Number three is where incineration happens, where people public get to interact with such elements, and they also get to be a part of this power production. Number four is the hologramic space, which is known as the Tesla chamber. Here, the power production is embraced and explored, and the journey ends with a museum hall, which is called the Destruction Hall. Here, it shows a cross-section of the garbage dump, which is existing, and where the project was built on. And I'll explain one of these domes through a cross-section, which will be the Tesla chamber. So when it comes to Tesla chamber, it also incorporates the energy production, which is the turbine. The turbine acts as a monument or a sculpture, a moving sculpture, that also incorporating visual connection with the public. The public move through the ramp and they get to see this turbine. Also, it's an awareness of the scale of the waste being incinerated and also power generation. Here, what I want to show is the scale of this space compared to a human figure. This is a naturally lit space, and also they are taken towards the Tesla chamber on top, which has a 360 view of the city. It's a space like Cape Mountain where it demonstrates different exhibitions and using features of the power production, such as the water tank collector. This is a collecting tank of the condensed water from the steam. This acts as a skylight that diffuses light that falls into the space, creating various textures on the floor and the walls. And also, I want to note that whatever these industrial elements which are there, I want to embrace it and also highlight it so the public be a part of it and interact with it. And when it comes to the other spaces, the main building, even though it's subtle, I want to create different volumes of spaces so it gets flooded with light and also with people, and to create a certain level of dynamic environment. Even though the power production itself is a sustainable approach, the building has various other sustainable aspects such as ventilation, natural elevation, rainwater collection, and smart facade system, water purification. When it comes to the humane domes where the public interact the most, such as kiosks and their spaces, it's built by the community itself with the raw materials which are produced by the power plant. And the colors and the textures are vibrant, which represent that community. And also using recycled materials to create the various textures and artwork that will gives an identity to them. And I'll end the presentation with a paragraph where it states that the project is not about waste management or energy production. It's also about celebration and giving the people hope. It's also about bringing something negative into a positive and giving these people in this community an identity of this by this project. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Dilik. Maybe I would like to invite Mr. Hideji. Would you like to start off with your comments or questions? Thank you.
Yes. Do you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, Dilik, thanks for your presentations. You have done such a great work. I mean, the concept you have been making is different from other, the student, but like I really like the way your concept. It's brilliant. I like, and then what you're just not looking at interior space. I think for me it's like you look at the space more the architecture point of view, but like air circulations, like the diagrams, I think which works well, and then well done. So I like your work. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Hideji. Mr. Peter, would you like to add on?
Yeah. Okay. So Dilik, I think that the influence. I honestly I would really like to go to India. Because I think you're from Sri Lanka, of course. The inspiration of Jeffrey Bawa architecture, where it's really about open spaces. It's about really I do not see any walls, but I see floor planes that it's almost an extension of an interior to an external space, and that is what I really call a seamlessness, that kind of infinity. The word not really about usual people use about internal and outside, but to me it's about this what I call internal seamlessness and this kind of eternity. For me, I think the work, when I saw you start to use bricks, to me it's very, very important because, in a lot of architecture in the world, I think it's all about today I was telling people, a lot of your other, who's presenting, they are almost very, very sensitive. I find there's this kind of poeticness in a lot of the work relating to your own culture, which is important. And bricks to me really relates to, in India, for example, for me, when I saw the bricks, it reminds me of Louis Kahn work, and Louis Kahn did the Indian Institute of Management at Ahmedabad, of course, just beside the architecture, you have the Chadingra, which is also one of my favorite buildings, by Le Coupe, but I think it's very important that, the approach of, very strange, the approach of Louis Kahn architecture is not just about one materiality, like what, if you look at the work of Peter Zumthor, using the existing site, to do the bricks. When this morning, the first one I talked about a Chinese architect called Wang Shu, but the way I look at Louis Kahn, he has, to me, a very, very strong influence in a way that he used bricks to create an architecture of a complex. And it's very, very strange because if just putting the architecture, if you ask me, putting the architecture aside, when Louis Kahn designed this Indian Institute, the classroom that he designed, the administration office, the dormitories, the garden and public areas, he used bricks. But very strange, when he used so much bricks, it becomes very daunting. The word daunting means I'm really afraid to go into the space, because the more I go into the internal spaces, like I want to go to the classroom, I want to go to the office, I feel so hard, the space, because of the bricks of the interior space. I would really want to walk out the school. But this design was so powerful because when he does this, because of the fact that his brick actually immerse, to fill up the whole space, you are so afraid to go in that you are always on the outskirt of the building, means you are at the side of the building. And when you are around the side of the building, without even going into the interior space, you are part of this garden space, the courtyard. So that is his intention. Really, if you think, put aside all the architecture, I think this way of interior approach was fascinating. You do not create interior space for people just to go in, but you create the architecture, the architectural volume. The garden becomes an internal courtyard, like a small room, that it becomes almost like an outdoor space, like your internal garden, where, as I earlier mentioned, like the work of Peter Zumthor when he designed the Serpentine Gallery, Serpentine Pavilion, is all about this garden space, and I feel really Louis Kahn architecture is one of the best interior design that he has created in a very strange way, that an architect can design an interior space. And that's the power of Louis Kahn work. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Peter. Architect Javin, would you like to add?
Yeah, actually, I agree with so many here. This doesn't come out as an interior design project for me. Maybe that is one thing. So I will give you like 2 minutes to maybe explain a little bit more on what you have contributed towards the interior of the spaces and how you have made a difference. The architecture part, the landscape part, the way you have conceived it is all like, you can be like submitting this for an industrial design competition or an architectural design competition. But if you can just take us through how you have done with respect to the interior spaces, that will be great. Can you?
Yeah. So when it comes to the interior, it's all about.
If you want to share slides, please do.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I'll explain through this slide. So when it comes to the interior, which what I want to create is to embrace this machinery units, and also using these units to interact with the public itself. For example, like the Starbucks Reserve in New York, how they use such elements and embrace it to being incorporated with the public itself. So that's the interior intention which I'm going to create with these spaces, so that public will be aware of such disaster such disaster indirectly, rather than like taking them through a journey. So that's where I'm explaining this journey. So the spaces would act as they interact with that power production itself.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dilik. Okay. Sorry. Can everyone hear me? All right. Mr. Joey, would you like to?
Yes. I'm so tempted to give my comments. Yes. I think what I see something very special about this project is like you brought a very important attention to people. We create so many rubbish, every day, everyone, and it seems like it's dumb. We don't really care. You see, so by providing this project, I think not only we look into what we have already created, we have a chance to really look into how to deal with it. And instead of like a science museum, I appreciate your effort that you are pushing the design by combining architecture, the landscape, even the interior, together with the technology. I mean, the components inside, to let us feel about how to regenerate. And that part is interesting because you can generate another possibilities. Like when we are looking back again into something that probably is not interesting, or probably we don't need to look at it, and it become part of not entertainment but something to appreciate. And that's why I saw I don't know, intentionally or unintentionally, it can push this envelope even further, become almost like art, art museum. And I think that's beautiful because you're proposing not just like another kind of a science museum or another just mingling around, showing how we do it, or education. No, I think that is something I really appreciate, because that links back everything that we have to relook to our programs. We have to reinvent and bring out the important issues and bring out the attentions. And not only that, and you make the investor happy. I think that's amazing, because you recreate a new scenario, and that is what is powerful about design. And yeah, so from that level, I really appreciate that you even go into detail about the whole sequence. And by looking at the sections, of course, I'm not so sure about how technically valid, but at least it's convincing at a certain level, and it can build. So and lastly, you still remember to reuse the material as part of your components, as architecture or interior components. And I think that to me is wonderful. I really like your project. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Joey, so much. Thank you, Dilik, for your presentation. And that will, you can log off now. And that would be the end of our interior design category finals. So judges, thank you so much. It has been an extremely productive day with you guys. All 5 of you have shown so much passion and dedication in commenting and giving advice to our students, and also not remember to question them when required. And I will see everyone at the International Awards ceremony at 5:30 p.m. Singapore time on 8th of July. I'll see you guys soon. Please stay safe and take care. Judges, please do stay on, as we have a deliberation session to decide who will be the Asia Young Designer of the Year for the interior design category. For those who are watching on YouTube Live, thank you so much for spending the whole day with us. I will see you guys on the 8th of July. Yeah?